Mhlawumbe bakhona abazwelayo ukuthi ilanga seliyaphakama, kodwa ke besingakamukelwa, kodwa bekufanele sazi ukuthi uma kumukelwa kuzobe kumukelwa obani. Sesileke nasemkhulekweni, sesicela ukuthi asicele umeya wase-Alfred Duma Municipality ukuthi azosamukela. Sicela uze ukhulume nathi, Bovungane.
Mphathi wohlelo, ngifisa ukuqala ngokubingelela wena, ngiqathi ngokuxolisa ukuthi ngifike umhlangano usuqalile. Ngibingelela umhlonishwa usomlomo wesishayamthethwa kithi KwaZuluNatal, amalungu onke esishayamthethwa khona la, umfowethu uKhansela uZuma omele iMeya District, inkosi uNB Shabalala, namakhansela onke angenza kuba khona la, kusukela kwawe se-Alfred Duma kuye kwawasothukela. Ngikhuleka emakhosini aseNdlunkulu akhona phakathi kwethu, iminyango yonke kahulumeni ekhona, amabandla onke akhona la, ama-delegates abephakanyiswa manje from different districts, amalungu omphakathi. Ngiyabingelela kubo bonke nje ababuya esishayamthetho. Ngizwile program director, ngeke ngikwazi ukulandela ohlalo ngoba khona oyihlalo boyihlalo nohlalo, yabona manje ngizogcina ngikubhedekile. Kodwa nje ngiyabingelela bonke abahlonishwa babuya esishayamthetho sakithi KwaZuluNatal beholwa umhlonishwa usomlomo uNdunankulu. Ngiyambingelela uma ngabe noma ngabe uzogcina efikile noma uzogcina engafikanga, kodwa ngiyambingelela khona umama uMadube Ncube. In greeting you, ladies and gentlemen, it is delightful that so many church leaders who are serving in different congregations are coming together into this symposium to discuss the most important issues within the religions and our societies at large. I would like to wish you all a welcome to the second InterFaith Symposium, a traditional event which aims to strengthen the interfaith dialogue within the province of KwaZulu-Natal and building a mutual trust between the religious communities. As we know that we are a rainbow nation, which means we have a different number of religions which must work together for the benefit of our province and also for the benefit of our country. The theme for this year's symposium speaks loud to what we are faced with in our daily lives. It has taken a toll on the crime statistics in our country. The crime statistics in our country, therefore the pressure we have is to ensure that our boys are well educated. This will also help us in our communities to fight the cancer of gender-based violence. This theme, developing boys to be leaders in the fight against gender-based violence for the restoration of women's dignity, is touching the nerve, as we have a responsibility to develop boys as leaders of tomorrow. Siyaqonda sonke ukuthi isiZulu esazalwa sikhona sithi inkunzi isematholeni noma ke ungathi libunjwa liseva. Lokhu kusinikeza umthwalo ocacile wendlela okufanele siyisebenzise ekukhuliseni izingane zabafana zibe amadoda aqotho akwazi ukunakekela laba abangenawo amandla, ngoba lento kufunisha ukuthi onamandla physically funeka avikele ongenawo amandla physically. Akungathi umuntu lisa akhuliswe ngendlela ukuthi amandla akhe uyowasebenzisa ukuhlukumeza laba abangenawo amandla njengaye. When God created, even in his book, the Bible specifies that men are meant to lead and protect women and children. Amadoda uNkulunkulu wawadalela ukuthi aphinda avikele imindeni yawo. In our societies, we have programs that will engage our boys from basically on how they should treat girls at the earliest. Yet you grow up with a mentality of knowing how a woman must. In our communities, we have programs where mothers are teaching young girls not to exploit their virginity and also to be well-mannered. The same teachings we apply to the girls must also be applied to the boys, so that they grow up to be men that respect and treat women with respect. Isihlava ke bahlonishwa sokubulawa kwabantu besifazane siyinto enyantisa igazi kule mphakathi esiphila kiyo. Mawuthi ufunda iphepha lizokutshela ngomuntu wesifazane obulewe, hayi omunye umuntu wesifazane obulawa umuntu wesilisa. Mawuthi ulalela umsakazo ukutshela ngomuntu obulewe umuntu wesilisa. Mawuthi ubuka umabona ukutshela ngomuntu wesifazane obulewe umuntu wesilisa. Lento isikhombisa ngokusobala ukusilela kwethu ukuthi silele kangakanani ekufundiseni abantu besilisa besakhula ukuthi umuntu wesilisa akakhuleli ukubulala abantu besifazane, kodwa ukhulela ukubanakekela, unikeza uthando. Siyashoda mhlonishwa somlomo ngokufundiseka kweinsizwa nje zakithi ezisencane ngokuthi intombi iqoma la ithanda khona, ngoba ikhathi eziningi sibulawa kwabantu besifazane la uthola ukuthi umuntu wesilisa ufuna ukuthi umuntu wesifazane nomeza ukuthi akasamthandi ngoba babehlanganiswe ukuthandana, nomeza ukuthi akasamthandi funeka aqhubeke amthande ngoba lo wesilisa usathanda ukuthi amthande. Into le edinga ukuthi sisebenze kanzima kakhulukazi thina madoda asethe ukukhulakhula ukufundisa abatabethu balento kufuneka kithi emakhaya ukuthi uthini enganeni zakho, ngoba kunzima ukuthi ingane yakho yomfana izoyofundiswa usibisi lapha edibana na endleleni wena ongazisho ekhaya. Inselelo lebhekene nabantu besilisa emndenini yabo ukuthi abakhuluma okuyikho enganeni zabo. Ingane yakho nje yomfana ifundise ukuthi njengoba ukhula nje uqala ukweshela, kukhona ukuqonywa, kukhona ukwaliwa. Zombili lezi zinto ezakho kufuneka zimukelwe uwe. Intombi mayiqomile iqome wena mayisiyalile yale wena bezotanda. Honorable Speaker, we must not turn a blind eye into some important issues. We have noted many instances where men suffer in the hands of women, but because male mentality, a man is bound to keep those sufferings into himself just to avoid embarrassment. Kuyingozi embi lokhu ukuthi kuthiwa indoda ikhalela ngaphakathi. Ngoba into nathi no ceiling uma kushaya ku ceiling ingaphakathi seliphele lo muntu okhalela ngaphakathi uyona. That is why uthola ekhathini eziningi uthola ukuthi indoda izona ibulela umkayo ibulela izingane zayo. Uyabona na ulandela uthola ukuthi kuningi lo muntu abekuvalele ngaphakathi. Asifundisa abantu besilisa ukuthi kuyakhulunywa. Khuluma into noma ngabe inkinga noma ngabe iyihlazo kangakanani uyayima. Uyayixoxa indaba yokuthi usuthole ukuthi umkakho unobudlelwane bozothando ngaphandle. Funeka umthole umuntu ozoyixoxa naye leyo nto ukuze akubonise ukuthi umhlaba upheleli la. Ngoba umuntu nje ezoyigcina ngaphakathi leyo nto uzothatha isinqumo. Ngesikhathi ehlukumezeka umuntu ekhaya uzothatha isinqumo and isinqumo akazosithatha akusona isinqumo esihle. Konke lokhu kuncike ekutheni sifundisa sithini enganeni zethu. Ngifisa ukuphumela kakhulu ngaphandle. Ngifisa ukugxila kakhulu emakhaya ngoba njoba sila sonke we've got families. Ilapho kufuneka siqale khona ukufundisa. Ukuze ingane yakho iyaqamba uyakhuluma lo khuluma enkonzweni. Umfundiso whoever ozokhuluma enkonzweni ukhuluma into kodwa ekhaya ekikhulunywe. Iyaqamba iyakhuluma induna emhlanganeni wayo ikhuluma into kodwa ekhaya ekhulunywayo. So yethu iqale ekhaya. It is therefore time that we join hands, both men and women, to expand ideas on how we can root out the issues of women abuse within our societies. It is our appeal that in every spot where we have meetings or gatherings, it is therefore our appeal that in every spot where we have meetings or gatherings, could be churches, could be schools, or even in taverns, where people spend most of their times, we must have conversations with these things. Ayikho inkundla yokukhuluma nge-GBV. Noma kusemngcwabeni asikhulumeni ngayo. Ngike ngithi ke mhlonishwa somlomo induna ayingahlangani nomphakathi wayo izihlukane nawe engakhulumanga nge-GBV. Ayibe i-standing item emhlanganweni wenduna nje kwaziwe ukuthi induna izokhuluma ngokuthi wemadoda kulesigodi hlukanani nokuhlukumeza amakhosikazi. Hlukanani nokuhlukumeza izingane zenu. Ngisho emngcwabeni asikhulume la sihlangene khona ngisho esontweni kuyoba yishwa befundisi. Emasontweni mangabe uzoshumayela izwi lenkosi nje uqeda uthi amen. Uphuma uhambe ekhaya ungakhulumanga ngokuhlukunyezwa kwabantu besifazane. Ngoba khona esontweni la usuku ushumayela khona bakhona abahlukumezekile. Khona omama lapha emasontweni abanabayeni baba abangasonti. Abaphuzelayo nje mhlambe bayasonta ngoba ukuthi uyasonta kusho ukuthi usuyi-angel nawe umuntu uyahlukumeza ziningi indlela zokuhlukumeza izingane. Ngiyafisa ke mphathi wohlelo ngiyaxolisa Nkosi yami Ngifisa ukuvala ngokuthi ngiyufisela inhlanhla lomhlangano omuhle kangaka kwangathi ungathela izithelo ezinhle neziyosilekelela ekutheni leli ihlazo ngoba ihlazo lethu thina amadoda ukuhlukumezeka kwabantu besifazane libe ihlazo lizophela bese ngiphetha mphathi ohlelo ngokuxolisa ukuthi ngizosheshe ngihambe nginenye meeting enginayo lapha kwamasipala. Ngithokoza kakhulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu ukwamukeleka Alfred Duma Municipality. Siyabonga. Sicela ukudlulela ku item elandelayo, message of support. Sizoyinikezwa uCouncillor F Zuma. Bese ngiyicelela nje ukuthi isoka phela kuyona into embi khona sithi kubaba Fisher. Ngenzela ukuthi kungakaqalwa ukuthi sikulahleke yabo ngathi uqale wabayeka abanye. So I think which was very relevant, the welcoming. So siqhubeka siya phambili ngiyocela sithi ukuba bafishane.
Ngithokoze kakhulu Mageba sengizwile kundisa lolu hlelo namhlanje. Ngithokoza kakhulu ukuthi ungiphelele ithuba lokuthi ngibe phambi kwalezi zithunywa ezidla ngaphakathi. Cha angithathelele ithuba leli ngibingelele usomlomo nkosazana kwaBoys maBoys bese ngibingelela uhlalo ihlalo ukaMavimbela. Umuntu akakusho lokho amandla namhlanje akwabesifazana. Sithokoza kakhulu. Ngibingelele abasivulelele inkonzo umfundisi osivulelele inkonzo nomfundisikazi noma Mqungeba. Cha ngizongweza njoba eshilo eyalelile okwamageba. Efisa ukusho ke egameni lomkhandlu othukela egameni lenkosi yesizwe sakwaShabalala ewumeya womkhandlu wakithi la kulesifunda sasothukela. Sithokoza kakhulu ukuthi namhlanje kube isifunda sasothukela esikhethe ukuthi kuzohlangelwa kusona amahlelo enkonzo ezahlukene. Sibonge nje ke kumveli nqanga ukuthi kulabo abahamba inkonzo yephasika iyahamba kahle noma sazi ukuthi sibe khona ingozi lapho kube nemphefumulo elahlekayo kodwa siyabonga ukuthi ke kwadlula kahle. Umuntu akafisa ukukhulekela ke kumabandla ehlukene ukuthi sikhulekele abaholi bakithi ukuthi bekwazi ukubhekana nalesimo sokuvandalaza kwengqalazizinda okukhona ukuthi kwehle. Ngaphandle kokubiza igama likaMveli Nqangi singeke sakwazi ukuzinqobela thina ngokwethu. Ngiphinde ke ngikhuleke ngiguqe ngamadolo kiwa amabandla ukuthi mangabe bekhuleka ngokuhlanganyela ngokwehlukana kwenkolo zabo bekhulekela ukuthi intsha yakithi lena eyaphuthula omatipleteni yahamba ekhungweni zemfundo ephakeme yaqeda lena ehlezi namhlanje edikadikwa izidakamizwa ngoba sebebona isixazululo ukuthi bazinikele edakamizweni ukuze ngoba akukho abakwenzayo ukuthi uMveli Nqangi akahambele kubona engqondweni zabo ukuthi akusona isixazululo lokho kodwa kukhona abangakwenza ukunokuthi bayinikele edakamizweni. Sikhulekela abaholi ukuthi abaholi bezwe lakithi ukuthi beqhamuke namasu angakwenza ukuthi encenxe abatshali izimali abaqhamuka emazweni angaphandle ukuthi bezotshala izimali ezweni lakithi khona kuzokwazi ukuthi kuvuleke amathuba emisebenzi ngoba akuyona umasipala ongakwazi ukuqasha abantu ukuze bekwazi ukuxosha amathuba emisebenzi okanye uhulumeni kodwa ukuthi kufike abatshali izimali bezotshala izimali la ezweni lakithi esilakhele bese abantu bakwazi ukuthi becoshe amathuba emisebenzi. Ngifisa ukuthi ngicela ukuthi amabandla akithi akhulekele isimo esibhekene naso njengamanje eNingizimu Afrika sokuhamba kagesi manje namanje siyakhuleka kunena ukuthi hayi sicela nikhuleke nisikhuleke umvenqangi ukuthi le mpe sihlasele ezweni lakithi yehlele ngenzansi. Ngifisa ukuthi sengiphetha ngixolisa Bhovungane sokhaya ukuthi angibe ngisakhuleka kuwena Bhovungane Shwele bese ngifisa ukuxolisa kakhulu kuShankomo uNcamalala maphume phethazo zombili ukuthi okuyena nje osinakekele nje masifika la njengoba size sangapha nje Shankomo ngiyazi ukuthi abantu abayilutho ngaphandle kwethu. Cha ngixolisa mangabe ngiyatheleka abaduze kwenceko. Ngifisa ukuthi ke nje emkhulekeni yethu sithandazele nje ukuthula ezweni lakithi. Sithandazele ukuthi kwehle ukuchitha kwegazi abantu ababona ukuthi inkinga bangasixazula ngokuthi bachithe igazi ukuze bedlule enkingeni abanazo. Sithi sicela ukukhulekele lokho. Sengenza okusho okamagebe ukuthi ngicela ukuthi umuntu ngamunye mase ephindele la kavela khona umvenqangi aze amlondoloza afike ephephile emndenini wakhe. Ngithokoza kakhulu ngiyathokoza.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Ngazi noma honorable Caluzi yabotha ngazi ngi-adjuste na. Ngiyafisa siqhubekele phambili sicele siye kwi-item that talks to purpose and program outline. Sicele usomlomo wesishayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal Honorable NN Boys ukuthi eze azokhuluma nathi. Mahobela.
Bengimzwe ngconywa lana uMancamalala manje bengithi uzosiphakamisela thina esibafutshane kuthiwa nguye owenza zonke izinto zibe kahle la. Manje angimboni uMrs Khakhana ukuthi ukuphi. Mphathi wahlelo Ntu Rejoice Zibuyisile Zibuyisiwe Phumlile wakwaZulu Sihlalo we-Triple P eShayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal. Undunankulu engekho phakathi kwethu ihhovisi lakhe limelwe umphathi we-Moral Regeneration umfundisi uNyandeni. Usekela Somlomo naye engekho phakathi kwethu. Mbhexeshi oyinhloko wendlu yowisomthetho yaKwaZulu-Natal Sothondose. Sihlalo woyihlalo Shayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal lamavimbela. Sekela Mbhexeshi Mnguni. Sekela sihlalo woyihlalo Mageba. Amalungu eShayamthetho saKwaZulu-Natal wonke. Umaphume phethe ngazo zozibini omele imeya yothukela namuhla. uBhovungana imeya yase Alfred Duma. Abasebenzi bakahulumeni nenhloko zeminyango ezikhoyo nalowo namhlanje obambele unobhala wesishayamthetho. Izithunywa zezifunda zaKwaZulu-Natal ezimele bonke abakholwayo. Ngokukwaziswa ngumthetho sekelo wakwaseningizimu Afrika. Those who believe in the diversity of the beliefs and in our total multicultural nature as the believers of South Africa. Molweni. Amen. Amaku. Salam alaikum. Ngibheke irastela ngakithi lapha ya Ahoy. Bonke abakhoyo apha ndiyanibingelela. Nalabo sihlangene nabo ezinkundleni zokuxhumana. Namakhansela amele bonke omasipala. Ngiyababingelela. Kunodadewethu oyikhansela olana. Engizokhuluma naye makuqedwa lana ukhansela Gumede. Uomnye wabesifazane la kulomkhakha wobukhansela kodwa ophinde ndimazi ukuthi uyakholwa kodwa futhi okunye engimazi ngako babumeya nawe baba uzuma ukuthi ufana nani nonke emakhansela alawuthukela akaziphosi izinhlelo zesishayamthetho noma yini esubila. Ukhansela uMalindi Gumede ngiyamazi uzobe khona. So ngiyanibingelela ke nonke emakhansela. Namhlanje bengithi ngizocela kuwe sihlalo ukuthi ngaphambi kokuthi ngikhulume usiphi ithuba lokuthi sisukume sikhumbule bonke ekungenzeka ukuthi bebengezona izithunywa ngonyaka odlule kodwa bebezizinkokheli ngokwezinkolo ezahlukahlukeneyo nalapho esuka khona ezifundeni beneqhaza abalibambile ngesikhathi sihlangene ngonyaka ophelile kodwa kulesikhashana esincane abangaba abasekho phakathi kwethu. A moment of silence in recognition of all those that represent the diversity of the interfaith in the province of KwaZulu-Natal in leadership and also in followership that may no longer be with us. Bengicela ukuthi usiphe lowo mzuzu Makeba. Wanga usombawo angabapha ukumphumulela waphakade. Siyabonga. Mphathi wohlelo mhlonishwa uZulu. Izolo kuqalile i-InterFaith Symposium yaqala ngama commissions alungiselela ukuthi namhlanje ibe imiqondo yethu isilungiselekile ukuthi yeziphi mhlambi izethulo esizozibeka. Sicela ukubonga indlela eniyena bayingxenye ngayo ozihlalo ebebe kuma commissions namalungu esishayamthetho ebekhona kodwa ngibese ngibonga kakhulu ama delegates ebeyinxalenye yaleyo msebenzi wayizolo. Kodwa futhi ngicela ukubonga inkokheli ze-interfaith kwizifunda zonke ezakhele iprovince yaKwaZulu-Natal esithe saba nomhlangano nazo izolo. Sikwazi ukulungisana ukuthi senza kanjani ukuthi iqhubeleke i-InterFaith Symposium iba yiloku enikufisayo nathi esikufisayo. Sibe nomhlangano ke obekungowokuqala mina ngiba nomhlangano with the leadership of the interfaith engingasho ukuthi uhambe kahle kakhulu. Ngiyazi ukuthi bazobuyela kunina bazobika abaholi kodwa nami ngizobuyela esishayamthetho ezinye zezinto esivumelene ngazo ukuthi sizokwenzeka. Ngizobeka nje phambili esivumelane ngayo eyokukhuphula i-civic education within the sector as i-legislature yaKwaZulu-Natal. Konke okunye masike savuma nje lokhu kwe-civic education sizokwazi ukulandelana nako sikwenze. Siyathemba ukuthi izifunda nezifunda zizothi maseziphindile zisimeme singabi kuphela ithine sobe sibiza zona kodwa sibe khona izimemo zokuthi sizokwenza i-civic education through the public participation unit of the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal. We're committing to that in your districts and also in your different manifestation of your belief systems. Because we are mindful of the fact that when you go back to districts, you have the main interfaith structure, but you also have established structures according to your own belief system. And we will be able to interact with you as a legislature, especially led by Umakeba. We commit to that. I thought that I must say it here, leadership, so that nazuguti, logo besikusho laphayana, it's what we intend to do going forward. Kodwa ke njengoba sihlangene namhlanje bengicela ukuthi usuku lwayizolo besiqala ngalo ama-commission sulikhumbule ngoba usuku olubalekile lapho besiqeda khona 100 years since abesifazane bavumeleke ukuthi babe ngabameli ngokusemthethweni. Wawungafunda uyiqedi lo degree, you would not graduate nor be registered as a lawyer, as a woman. Now, when that fight came, yayivumela thina bantu besifazana ngena kummeli. Kodwa you also remember that there was another fight kwaba kwinkolo yamaKristu eyathi yavumela ukuma kowesifazane ngasemuva kwepulpit to be leaders in the different ministries that they were in. So to those that are lawyers, it was the same struggle for them, and they were finishing 100 years izolo. It is a significant day to them, and we hope that they will continue kudlala indima ebalulekileyo eku-encourageni ukuthi siwazi amalungelo futhi simelwe emalungelweni ethu. Sibonga kakhulu ukuthi KwaZulu-Natal uma siqeda 100 years asiwuqedi kuphela sino Deputy Chief Justice ongowesifazana eNingizimu Afrika uJustice Maya. Kodwa siwuqeda KwaZulu-Natal sino Judge President wesifazane uJudge President Poyo Dlwathi ongowesifazana, both of them ngabesifazane abalwela amalungelo abantu besifazane nabantwana nabo bonke bakamakulingane phambi kwezomthetho, kodwa they are also strong women of faith, both of them. And we must continue to salute them, including amongst the women of this house, the MEC of Health, or MEC Simelane, who is also a woman that is a lawyer by profession, a woman of stature that we know is a leader that she is. Again, the secretary of this legislature who have been producing this interfaith. Ayenziwa yithi sinomake. Asiyifandi imali vela from that woman who leads this institution in administration, Miss Naidu, who is the secretary of the legislature, a woman that 100 years couldn't have been a lawyer. And all the lawyers that are found in the KwaZulu-Natal legislature, including Advocate Masondo, who is the senior manager in the facilities unit, Miss Stephanie Kuzwayo, Miss Monica Wilson, and Miss Benjamin, who are also capable advising the legislature legally. Those are the women that, without the sacrifices that were made by the women before them, wouldn't be bringing the input they are bringing to the legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, and many other lawyers that we might not have mentioned. Siyanibonga Mbokodo, sithi kunina, qhubekani mathola nyongande ngokudlelana, nazi ukuthi abadlulileyo kuni banilwele, nina qhubekani nilwele isizwe esizayo. Xa sihlanganyela sithi kuni Mbokodo, lezi zithunywa ezihlangene namhlanje ezizogubha i-interfaith kukwa yingxenye yodlalwe yinina njengabameli ekwakhiweni komthetho oze wenza kwabakhona umthetho sisekelo ovumelana ukuthi sikwazi ukuphilisana ngokuthula singabantu sehlukahlukene, sikholelwa ezintweni ezehlukene, siyenza noma siphila ngendlela determined yizinkolo zethu, kodwa sisazi ukuthi umthetho sisekelo usenza silingane ngaphambi komthetho nasekutheni sikwazi ukwenza lokho esikholelwa kuko. Sisazi ukuthi uma kukhona abasihlukanisayo ngokwenkolo yethu, bakhona abanjenganani Mbokodo abayothi basimele. Mbokodo siyazi ukuthi abameli besifazane bekholwa enkolweni esingaba sikholelwa kuyona noma bengakholwa, umthetho ubamanya nathi ukuthi basazi that those who believe are leading in social cohesion because they are responsible for bringing the moral regeneration of any unit. And whenever their rights are impeded upon, lawyers of this world will represent them before the courts of the world. For their belief intercedes for them for the courts of the world that they believe in. But ngesikhathi bekulo mhlaba, lawyers must stand for them and their rights, for their beliefs never to be undermined. It is important then that as an interfaith, we intercede also for lawmakers, but also for the protectors of the law, the lawyers, the judges, the magistrates, the prosecutors, every day. Because without them, our constitutional rights may not be implementable because engekho wagadile. Yingakho ke namuhla sithi kunina siyanibonga ukuthi nibe khona. Siyathemba ukuthi ukusukela ukuthi sasihlangene ngonyaka odlulile sekuphela unyaka kuningi enikwenzile lapho enihluka khona esifundeni zenu. Nokuthi umbuzo obalekile niyakwazi ukuphendula wokuthi yeyiphi indima enidlalayo bantu benkolo ekwenzeni uhulumeni usebenzela abantu ngokwezimfuno zabo, ekwenzeni ukuthi kube khona uma kulingane ekuhlaleni nokuqeda lokho okuyizici empilweni, lokho siye sikubize phecelezi sithi ngama social ills. Kungaba ukusetshenziswa kwezidakamizwa, kungaba ubugebengu, ubudlova, ukuhlukunyezwa kwezingane, abantu abadala nabesifazane, ukudlwengulwa kwaye wonke umuntu. Kodwa kunalo iqhaza esicabanga ukuthi siyi-interfaith kufanele sikudlale ezimpilweni. Uma sikudlala ke lokho kuzophinde futhi kube sekuvusa kwabanye ukuthi yesiphi isambulo sakho esifakazwa ngabantu. As a Muslim, what is your prophetic your prophetic manifestation that is witnessed by the one that is not Muslim? As a Christian, yeyiphe yakho. As an indigenous believer, yeyiphe yakho. As a Rastafari, as a Hindu, as everybody, yeyiphe yakho. Ngoba izinkolo ngokwehlukana kwazo kuzinomthelela ezimpilweni zabantu noma bengakholelwa kuzona. Siyacela ke ukuthi siqhubeke nokwenza lokho kuphile ngokuthi singahlangani kuphela uma sikwi-InterFaith Symposium, kodwa nama sikhona ezifundeni zethu senze kulinganwe ngokwenkolo njengoba umthetho sisekelo usithi masizenze ziphile izinkolo. Kodwa futhi siwuphendule umbuzo othi uma umuntu engena lana angabona ngathi interfaith yakwaZulu-Natal lena. Mfundisi uZwide, interfaith yakwaZulu-Natal lena uma ungena umuntu nje ongazi umthatha ngebhanoyi umbeka la elenda. Why am I raising that? Is that President Nelson Mandela, the founder of our democracy and interfaith, fought for a rainbow nation and demographics in KwaZulu-Natal. But in that fight, it was not only reverends like Reverend Mgojo that fought for that. There are also reverends like Trevor Huddleston, who was not even from South Africa. It was not only Archbishop Tutu, who was like the reverends Abomgojo, who fought for it. But there are others who may not be represented here today. You would remember them. I don't want to mention them so that you say, ubeqonde usibanibani nosibanibani. But labo babebheke ukuthi ukholo lusimanye, besivulela amasonto, bevulela obaba bethu ababesebenza ezimayini emadolobheni eGoli, besenza ukuthi bahlale uma bexoshiwe, noma abanye bebaleka udlame endaweni zasemakhaya. Abekho la. Uyazi ukuthi eindaweni zasemadolobheni kwakunabefundisi, kwakunabaprofeti, kwakunabantu ababenenye inkolo, kukhona the Mulanas that were there. They are not here. Bakuphi. Those are the true demographics of KwaZulu-Natal that we must also reflect on. Akumele siqhubeke singalikhulumi leliqiniso lokuthi iKwaZulu-Natal inoma Afrika nabanye abangabami baseningizimu Afrika ngokwe-constitution. Kodwa bakwazi ukuvela sebevela kwi-InterFaith Symposium ye-province. Bafuneka kuqala sihlangane nabo kweye local, siye nabo kweye district. Uma sikwi-metro siye nabo kweye metro. Sihlanganyele sonke so that when we come here, we are truly representing the diversity of the demographics of this province. And if we don't raise these things, kuzoba ngathi asiziboni. Ngiyazi ke nina ngoba nambulelwe ngokuhlukahlukana, you will go back and look in your own belief system. Who are your counterparts that should also come and participate so that siqhubeke nokuthekelana ulwazi. Siyazi ke ukuthi njengabantu abahlonishiwe emphakathini nineqhaza nilibambile ekwakhiweni kwezakhiwo zomphakathi nokuvuselelwa kukaNembeza, the moral regeneration. Siyacela ukuthi siqhubeke njengoba sasicelile ngonyaka odlule. Nibe khona kule mfazwe yokulwa nokuhlukunyezwa ngokobulili, gender-based violence. Ngokohlukana kwayo nangokuyi-understanda kwakho ngokwe-constitution, hayi ngokwenkolo, ngokwe-constitution. Sibe sesiyabhekela nalabo kakhulukazi labo abathandana nobulili bunye ekuthaneni bangahlukunyezwa, kakhulu bahlukunyezwe ngokwenkolo noma ngokwendlela yokuziphatha. Kodwa okunye sikucelayo ukuthi njengesakhiwo soluntu ukuthi libe yingxenye yokwakhiwa komthetho, ningapheleli kwi-InterFaith Symposium. Ukwakhiwa komthetho kuqhubeka njalo. Kukhona ama-public hearings, kukhona imithetho eyilwayo eqondene nokuqinisa umthetho eNingizimu Afrika. Bekukhona umthetho osanda kudlula obuqondene ne-National Land Transport Amendment Bill. Zonke zihamba lana emhlabeni. Ngicabanga ukuthi abantu ngokwenkolo bangazi-organize ukuthi yini enikholelwa kuyona engathi ningafisa kube khona ama-submissions kukona. Kube khona ebekuthiwa yi-Copyright Amendment Bill. Ngicabanga ukuthi i-last public hearing ibizolo eNewcastle kwisifunda sasemajuba. Yayikhona ke nakwezinye indawo kogu nakuphi nakoThekwini. Liyazwakala yini izwi labantu abakholwayo ngokwahluka kwezinkolo kule mithetho ebekwayo? Ngiyazi ukuthi up to the 31st of January beku-improve umthetho olungisela izinto ze-gender-based violence, lowo obhekele ngendaba ye-criminal offenses. Kuzobhekwa ukuthi yini ezobhekwa uma kubhekwa ukuthi umuntu udlwengulwe, kuzosukwa ku-assault kuyiwe ku-rape, yini ezobhekwa? Belikhona yini elethizwe? Aseza kama-public hearing esicabangayo ukuthi lizodingeka izwi lalabo bantu abakhela i-InterFaith Symposium. Siyazi ukuthi kunazo izinqumo esezike zathathwa noma izibeko ezike zathathwa, ezinye azikenziwa. yiminyango ebhekene. Kodwa siyathemba ukuthi labo abamele umnyango kaNdunankulu bazokwazi ukusibekela ngokusobala kuloko sekwenziwe. Kukhona ngaphakathi kwezinye ezingenziwa kakhulu ngomasipala esisuka kubona. Kungaba sibala leyo yokuthi isupport enikezwa the interfaith at the level of the local and district level. Uthola ukuthi ayibikhona. What are we doing where we come from will determine how municipalities also move forward. Babu Mayor wase Alfred Duma, sikhona yini sakhiwo se interfaith Alfred Duma? Uma sikhona, uthini ubudlelwane baso nomasipala? That is important. Councillor Zuma, uma sewuthatha bonke laba masipala abawumndeni wothukela, zithini ubudlelane bukamasipala nabo? Ngoba ekuphathweni siyayidinga i-interfaith. Ngoba uma kunyuka izinga lobugebengu, awudingi iphoyisa kuphela uqeda ubugebengu. Awudingi ubuholi obukhethiwe nobuholi bendabuko kuphela uqeda ubugebengu. Uyadinga umuntu okhuluma nomuntu ngokwendlela yokumkhulisa. Kunabantu abanobaba nomama abancane kunabo, kodwa ngokuthi babahola ngokomoya nangokukholelwa. Babe sebekwazi ukubalalela. Uma ke singohulumeni basemakhaya singakwazi ukusebenza nalezi zakhiwo, sizoqhubeka sibe nayo le gap yokuthi uma silalela uMinister Cele sazi ukuthi iNandi izohamba phambili. Sazi ukuthi iKwaZulu-Natal izohamba phambili kuma gender based violence. Sibe sesibuka kuphela ngokuthi izigebengu, singabuki ngokuthi ekuhlaleni sizikhulisa kanjani izikhungo zokuvuselela onembeza nobuntu. Yizo ke lezi. Uma sizihlanganisa kwi-interfaith, ngoba ngikhuluma nani Babu Mayor nawe councillor, ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi noma bengekho abanye omeya beprovince niyahlangana kwi-South African Local Government Association, kwi-SALGA. SALGA must look at how they also work with the interfaith and ensure that in all municipalities, voluntarily municipalities work with believers in their scope that they have. Not because it is to benefit the leadership of the interfaith, but because we all are worried about the society that we want to have and that we are leading. And these are our core soldiers in building this better world. Umuntu phela kuthiwa kaphili ngasinkwa kuphela. Kukhona lokho okunye abakunikezwa yi-interfaith. So I am imploring you, when you go back to SALGA, to really make this clarion call that municipalities in KwaZulu-Natal are even less than 10% in terms of cooperating with interfaith. And the South African Local Government Association in the province cannot let the situation to go on. You need to incorporate interfaith in your foundations and building of municipalities. We have seen, of course, when you go back, that there is a start in municipalities, like what we recently witnessed in eThekwini, the giving of title deeds to some churches and places of belief to actually have land that belongs to the state given to them. Whilst others may critique it, but if you realize the importance of building the nation, not only through water and bread, but also through sustaining values of this country, you will understand that what is done cannot be done only in eThekwini, but it must be done in all 11 districts of this province. And SALGA is at the forefront of having to implement that through the municipalities that we have. By the way, bayasikhulekela uma siyokhethwa, bayasiphahlela uma siyokhethwa, basilayitela impepho, bathi ukukhethwa kube nokuthula, kusho kuthuleke ukhethwe. Siyacela ke ukuthi lokho esesikubonile kwenzeke nakwezinye indawo, kodwa kuyokwenziwa kulidwa nguSalga. Hayi ngoba uSalga mhlambi kusuka kuyena ezinhliziyweni, ngoba efezekisa usomqulu wenkululeko wathi the land shall be shared among those who work it. All of those gathered here today are heirs to the land that we have. Bayizindlalifa zawo lo mhlaba ukuthi bakwazi ukuthola ukuze bakwazi ukukhonza. Sihlangene ke namhlanje ngaphansi komgomo othi developing boys to be the leaders in the fight against gender-based violence for the restoration of women's dignity. Sihlanganisene ukuthi sithuthukisa abafana ukuthi babe yizinkokheli ukulwa nodlame lobulili ukuze kubuyiseleke isithunzi sowesifazana. Uma ke sikwenza lokho sizokwenza ngokuthatha lo mgomo siwenze siwukhumbule ukuthi uma ngaba sikhuluma ngabesifazane noma sikhuluma ngabesilisa kunendawo basic unit emasiqale kuyona ewumndeni. The basic unit of society is a family. If we start from a family, we have seen many programs that were targeting the girl child. We have seen many. Kodwa baba Buthelezi, the statistics still prove that many that get raped are women. Yes, men get raped, and it is wrong. Many that get killed at home are women. But there are also women that are killing their partners. Others are abusing them. Other women are causing divisions in families that they are married to by ensuring that the relationship between the son and the mother is no longer what it ought to be, which I believe, Dr. Ngobese, is taking us back to basics on the real relationship between the mother and the daughter. Angiyazi ke mina ngesintu ukuthi ngempela kukhona mother-in-law, kazi ukuthi umani indodakazi yakhe. Yini ubudlelwane kufanele kube khona ukuze angathume efika lapha kwami umakoti kalele afike ezoba ubhekile ukuthi hayi manje lo mama akazitholeli ingane wakhe indoda yeyami lena. Kodwa futhi nami bese ngibona ukuthi kodwa ngane yami usho ukuthi ubungeke uyoyilanda lapha kwamadolo indoni kahle yokuhlobisa la ekhaya. Ngikhohle ukuthi yena uyilanda lapha efiswe uyena. Now, that relationship is there, it exists. But the bigger relationship against violence is that there is a domination of one sex by the other. And sometimes we use culture and belief to abuse others. So if we do not address that, mina obamubu Afrika abuhlukumezi. Obamubu Afrika abukhohlakele. Mina obamubu kholwa abuhlukumezi. Futhi obamubu kholwa abukhohlakele. Now, if you do not teach the boy child will continue to have the anger. Ngoba abanye bahlukumeza ngoba manifestation of the anger yokuhlukunyezwa yena esakhula ingabonwa umuntu. But abanye bahlukunyezwa ngoba the environment bafundisa ukuthi unamandla nyathela ke mabagobe kuwena bonke. Now, when your prep committee agreed to this theme, you understood that let's go back to the family, the basic unit of any society. So when you are going back to the family, you are then calling us all as communities and parliamentarians to ensure that our program do not only target the girl child, but also target the boy child. And we support programs that are building and bringing back immoral regeneration based and esteemed in family values. Family values are about equality and respect. Ngazi ukuthi family yama kukona kwa boys kuphela. Every other person that I meet on the road is my family, and I must accord them the same respect that I would have given to Umamkonde, uma wayesaphila. Our kids siwafundisa ukuthi umndeni angazi ke ukuthi abo honorable Zulu nabo honorable Caluza babafundise ukuthi yini umndeni nabo honorable Zungu, kodwa mina no honorable Mbathacele sibafundisa ukuthi yimina nawe nosisi wakho no boy no baba usuphelele umndeni. We even forget ukuthi kunobabekazi kunobaba omncane kodwa ongengobaba omncane ongubaba wakho, kunobaba omdala wakho ubhuti kababa wakho kodwa owubaba kuwena. Then there's every other adult that you meet along the road. But when you go to the places of belief, it can be the synagogue, it can be the mosque, it can be lapho kuhlangana khona unomkhubulwana kungaba yisentabeni. There people are taught about family values, and we need to go back to that in our own practice, parliamentarians in constituencies, to support basic family values. Sengihlala phansi siyazi ukuthi bakhona sebewuqalile lo msebenzi esingatheleka kubona abantu abanza mhlawumbe kwezinye indawo izimbizo zamadoda, ezinye zakhiwa ngamasonto, ezinye zakhiwa ngabantu ekuhlaleni. Kodwa futhi bakhona abantu abanjengoNick Ndzama abasembumbulu abakha into ekuthiwa yi-boys to men, lapho afundisa khona izingane zabafana. Kungenzeka ukuthi khona ngakini, kodwa mhlawumbe uma ungatheleka the other delegates zingabukela kuwena. Abanye bazenze esontweni through the boys camps, the young, the youth being divided in church. But ngiyazi futhi ukuthi kukhona nalapha kumasipala waseMkhambathi the annual winter camp that is organized by the mayor, which is also aimed at developing the boy child. So when we do these programs and look in our local municipalities and partner with them, we will be able to take this theme not to live today, but to live until the next InterFaith Symposium. Ngokuyobheka the programs that we can do. Sengivala ke siyazi ukuthi ngo-2024 siya okhethweni. Kuyovotwa ngo-2024. Niyipart ye-machinery ye-legislature yokuyevotweni. Ukuthi ke nina nifana ne-legislature, anisho ukuthi kuyovotelwa abani. Nithi ithi constitution unelungelo lokuyomkhetha lowo ofuna ukuyovotela. Angiwazi ke imithetho yasemapulpiteni obanye ngenza ukuthi bayame emapulpiti babiza abantu. Thina la legislature city, you have the right to choose the one that you affiliate to. But you cannot go and vote when you are not in the voters' roll. We are calling upon leaders in the interfaith to assist the Independent Electoral Commission when you have your bigger gatherings, so that they assist your followers to register and be on the voters' roll. You cannot be here and say you do not believe in voting, because this platform is created by the Electoral Act of South Africa. Yiyo eyenza ukuthi kuyovotwa kuyiwe esishayamthetho. Yiyo eyenza ukuthi uma ngihleli kuleli tafula ngihleli nozakwethu. Uma ngihleli esishayamthetho siwu-8 regardless of party affiliation. So 8 we are colleagues. Importantly, we are brothers and sisters that can stand behind you with no doubt. Because I know omemva kwami angakumela kumele kodwa sizoprotecta the right of the electorate in KwaZulu-Natal to go out and vote in peace. Now we are calling on you to ensure that you speak to the people of your belief and cultural practice to go and register to vote. By the way, as we move forward, we have to ensure that people who participate in sectoral work are people who participate and believe and practice the ideal of the Constitution, including you being registered to vote. By the way, registering to vote does not guarantee you that you will go out and vote, because even staying at home when you are registered to vote and not going to vote, that is a vote on its own. These things, when you are taught them by IEC, you will be able to build your communities to participate in having their voice heard. We said we want governance of the people by the people. The only way is via the ballot. To be via the ballot is through registration. Sicela ke niqhube kahle Interfaith Symposium yenu, nibe nazo izinqumo ezikahle, siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu Somlomo. Manje bangani bami be-Interfaith, ngiyacela ngokuzayo. U9 siwenze ube u9 yabona. Sithi sesingena emongweni kodwa manje sesilokhu sinokuthi iwashi li against us. So ngiyacela uma sike sayilahla ewashini suke sesilone lonke usuku. Ngokuzayo ngiyafisa nje ukuthi sisigcine isikhathi. Iphuthe lenzekile namhlanje kodwa ke suka kuphasika mos bese sisigcina thina isikhathi la isiholwa khona. Okay. Kunesicelo la. Sicela kube khona program esicela ibe yenzeka while siqhubeka. Ukuze ke singaphazamiseki sizocela oyihlalo, the leaders of the delegation. Okwamanje sizocela ngiyaqhatheka maqalwa ngeLembe. Sihlalo waseLembe owasothukela nowaseMgungundlovu babonane noDuduza. Ulapha ngemuva so bese silokhu siqhubeka as bebuya sicele abanye. Umsebenzi kaSihlalo kwenye inkathi ukubona ukuthi angike ngipake eceleni angi-indicate for some safety reasons. Bekufanele sithole i-report yaka premier's address but ngiyacela siyimise kancane kodwa sibe siqhubeka siye kuma presentations. Ngiyacela sicele i-presentation on the strategies that the interfaith sector can implement to fight GBV and to groom boys to be responsible citizens. I'm told Craig will connect virtually. May I then check if he's with us? If yes, may I then request that he takes the podium? I can see him. Craig, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Thanks for the time, and always a great pleasure to be involved in these kind of discussions with brothers and sisters across the different faiths, and realizing the important role that we play as believers and as leaders of different faiths in setting the example and bringing about change and transformation in our beautiful rainbow nation. I've been inspired listening to some of the previous speakers, and inspired to be part of such an auspicious gathering, such an important gathering. You and I, as men and women of faith, have a very, very important role to play in bringing healing to our nation. And it's my privilege to address this group. I've been given 15 minutes, so I'll get right down to it. The topic at hand really is how do we prepare and equip boys and men to be leaders in combating gender-based violence and bringing about a nation and a future which is safe and prosperous for all. Let me just start by saying that there's a desperate need to give boys that are growing up a positive, healthy, and inspiring view of masculinity. There are three main issues. I do a lot of talks to boys around the country, to men around the country. I have the privilege of working in schools, in taverns, in communities around South Africa, in colleges and universities. And I find three main issues that are affecting boys. The first one is there's a lot of negative press about masculinity. We've all heard the phrase, men are trash. We've all heard the phrase that's bandied about so much, toxic masculinity. I often speak to young men and I say to them, would you be okay to tweet out or put on your social media platform the words, I'm proud to be a man? And often I hear these young men saying, no, sir, I could never do that. I'd be cancelled. And my response to them is, it's such a pity, such a shame that we are not able as men to be proud of who we are as men. And if young boys are growing up with the sense of shame about being a man, what kind of man will they end up being? So that's the first thing. There's a tremendous amount of negative press about masculinity. The second one is there's a lot of confusion about what it means to be a man. We're living in an age and in a world, and we hear so many things coming from around the world in social media, confusion about what it means to be a man. What is a man? Am I allowed to open the door for a woman? Am I allowed to approach a woman? There's a lot of confusion about masculinity. The third thing is there's a tremendous amount of fatherlessness. As a result of our troubled history as a nation, we have up to 60% of children, boys and girls, are growing up without a present and engaged father. And this is a major issue. I remember years back when I was a youth leader in a church group, a young boy came to me. He was 16 years old at the time. And he told me a story of how he went on holiday with his family. His name was Brett. And he had a father that was there but not there. The kind of father that was present in the house but not emotionally engaged. He was always behind a newspaper, in his cell phone, engaged with other things. And when they arrived at this holiday, he was 12 years old. And he saw a bunch of boys fishing at the river. And he wanted to go fishing. But he didn't have anyone to teach him how to fish. So the next morning he got up early and he took a pin from his mother's cupboard. And he bent the pin. And he put some bread on the pin. And he tied a piece of string to the pin. And he went to the river. And he put the hook inside the river. And he waited. And we all know that you can never catch a fish on a pin. The bread kept getting stolen by the fish, and he sat there for hour after hour, getting more and more discouraged. That young boy, Brett, got up eventually. He threw the hook down, and he went back to the house. 5 years later, at the age of 19, Brett committed suicide. Now, imagine if Brett had been sitting on the banks of that river, and a man had come past him and sat down next to him and said to Brett, young man, what are you doing? What are you trying to do? And he said, I'm trying to catch a fish, sir. Imagine if this man had pulled out a fishing kit and he'd pulled out a hook and a line and a rod, and he taught Brett how to fish. And he taught Brett how to bait the hook, how to cast the line into the river, how to wait, how to strike when the fish bit the hook. And imagine if Brett had caught a fish and reeled that fish in, and this man had said to Brett, wow, young man, look at you, you've got what it takes. And he taught Brett how to fish. Brett's life might have taken on a completely different trajectory. You see, he would have been validated by an older man. He would have been taught how to fish by an older man. Young boys look to older men, and primarily they look to their biological father. Unfortunately, it doesn't have to be a biological father. It can be an uncle, a grandfather. It can be an older brother. It can be a male teacher. But young boys look to older men to teach them what it means to be a man and to validate them in their masculinity. And when we have a nation of boys growing up unfathered, without fathers teaching them how to be a man and validating them, we grow up in a nation where men are growing up wounded and damaged in their masculinity, uncertain of what it means to be a man. So we have these three problems: negative press about masculinity, confusion about what it means to be a man, and unfathered boys growing up unfathered and unmentored. The world we're growing up is a cruel one. The world we're growing up gives young boys many, many false messages about what it means to be a man. I talk about the 5 big lies that boys grow up. Number 1, sex. Number 2, power. Number 3, money. Number 4, big boys don't cry. And number 5, men are trash. You see, these are the lies, and every man in the audience here knows that these are the lies we receive growing up. And even as men, we receive these lies. The more power I have, the more of a man I am. The more women that I can sleep with, the more of a man I am. The more money I have, the more of a man that I am. And big boys don't cry. Men cannot be vulnerable. And we grow up with the message that men are trash. Now, these 5 messages that boys grow up are very, very destructive. And a lot of boys grow up to become boys in men's body with a wrong notion of what it means to be a man. And they end up behaving very destructively. I remember when my daughter was a young girl, she was 2.5 years old. Doctors came to us and said that she would need an operation on her heart, that there was a small hole in one of the walls of her heart, and that she'd need corrective surgery. And luckily, with modern technology, the operation's very, very quick and easy. Instead of open heart surgery, it's a catheter that goes into the vein, pops out into the heart, and fixes the hole. And I remember when she went in for surgery, I approached the surgeon and I said, please, can I carry my daughter into the surgery? Because it's a very scary place for a young girl. And they kindly allowed me to do that. I had to put on the mask and scrub up and put on the gown, but they allowed me to carry my daughter into surgery. They allowed me to put the mask over her face, which put her to sleep. I handed her over to the doctors. The operation was a great success. She came out. 1 month later, we were at my house and I had a few friends around. And one of my friends said to my daughter, she was standing next to me, she said, Blythe, I believe that you were in hospital recently. And my young daughter looked up at this friend of mine, his name was Peter, and she said, yes, she said, my heart was broken. She said, but my daddy fixed it. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I was deeply, deeply moved. My daughter saw me as the man who had fixed her heart. She saw me as the man who was the hero in her life, the man who could do anything. And I had to ask myself the question, am I that man? Am I the man that she needs me to be? Am I the man that my son needs me to be? And I realized in some ways, yes, I am. But in many ways, there's a lot of work for me to do. And as men, when we grow up to become adult men, none of us grow up completely whole. There are wounds in our hearts. There are wounds that have been inflicted by society, inflicted by our parents, inflicted by a father who may have been absent or may have been abusive. And these wounds I carry into my adulthood as a man. And one of the key and primary things that we need to do as leaders in the church and leaders as different faiths, as men in society, as fathers, is we need to find healing and refathering for ourselves. We need to make sure that ourselves as men are the kind of men that we want our daughter to marry one day. We need to make sure that we are the man that we want our sons to become, that we are the men that we want to lead the future of our nation. And our primary purpose here is to have this parallel journey as we father, as we lead, as we teach, as we become husbands and partners, as we become leaders in our faiths. We need to become the man that the world needs us to become the man that God has called us to become the man that our children need us to become the man that South Africa, that our province, that our communities need us to be, because we cannot teach and lead others to be something that we are not. You see, we as men impart to others. We as men need to lead the way by leading by example, by becoming that man that God has made and created us to be and redeemed us to be. No boy is born an abuser. No boy is born a racist. No boy is born a misogynist. No boy is born a criminal. Something happens on the journey from boy to man. Something happens in that journey that wounds him, that gives him the wrong concept and idea of what it means to be a man. And you and I as men in communities need to be the man that makes sure that boys grow up not wounded and with a clear and good, healthy idea of what it means to be a man. There are 6 virtues which I believe, and I'll share very quickly with you, and then I'll bring it to an end. which I believe make a man a good man. Number one virtue is that he uses his strength for good. You see, men, we have strength. We have physical strength. We are physically stronger than women. We have testosterone, which drives us to do crazy things. We have a capacity for fear, a capacity for adventure, a capacity for danger. We as men have power. We have verbal power. The things that we say with our mouths have an impact on people's lives. We have physical power. We are able to harm others or protect them. And what makes a man is what does he do with his strength? It's not how much strength you have. It's not about how much money you have. It's what do you do with your strength? What do you do with your money? You see, we as men can fail to use our strength. We can become passive. And we're not called to be passive. We're called to be actively engaged in building a better world. Passive men are dangerous men because they stand by when bad happens. They stand by and watch evil take place and do nothing to intervene. Passive men are men who escape into all kinds of different things. Addictions, gambling, smoking, pornography. These are passive men. Instead of standing up and being who they're made to be, they're passively engaging in things that are destructive. So we can fail to use our strength, men. We can misuse our strength. We can use our strength to dominate, to take what's not ours. How many politicians, how many church leaders, how many business leaders do we have in this nation that are abusing their power? Instead of using their power for good, they're using their power for bad. So a passive man who fails to use his strength, an aggressive man who misuses his strength, these are not men. The true masculinity, a true man uses his strength to love, to serve, to honor, to protect, to provide. The number one quality of a man, he uses his strength for good. Number two quality of a man is he tends his fields. He takes full responsibility. Whatever is in his field, I'm using an agricultural example here. A farmer has a few cows. He might have some maize and some corn. Those cows, those cattle, that corn relies on the farmer to look after and care for them. And we as men are farmers. We have a field. And in that field are people in our lives. In that field is a community. In that field are roles and responsibilities. And what makes a man is he steps up and takes full responsibility for everything in his field. He makes sure that every person, everything in his field is cared for, nurtured, loved, protected, and provided for. That's the second quality of a true man. The third quality is a man defines himself by his character. He does not define himself by his image, by the car he drives, by the suit that he wears, by the school that his kids go to, by the amount of money in his bank. He defines himself by his character, by his integrity, by the love that he has for the people in his lives, by the fact that he's a man of his word. He's a man of faith and integrity who has a set of values and he lives by those values. That's the third quality of positive masculinity. He defines himself by what's on the inside and not what's on the outside. The fourth quality of true masculinity is he builds a band of brothers. You know, we as men commit suicide 4 times more than women. That's not just South African, that's international. Men commit suicide 4 times more than women. And one of the reasons is that we walk alone. The research shows that most men are lonely. We have friends we can watch a game with, we have friends we can hang out with, but do we have friends that truly know our heart? Friends that we know their hearts? A while ago, I had a tragic event. One of my closest friends took his own life. He shot himself. And at the funeral, at the after tears, we were all talking. A lot of our friends were talking. We were asking ourselves, did you know what this guy was going through? Did you know that Pete, his name was Pete, was on the verge of suicide? None of us knew. Men, we did not know. And it was such an indictment on us as men that we didn't create an environment in which our friend could feel the freedom to share his vulnerabilities. And our friend didn't feel like he could share his vulnerabilities. He felt he had to be the man. And the man was always okay. He was always together. He was never vulnerable. And we as men need to build a band of brothers around us that we stand with, that we fight for, they fight for us, that we're vulnerable with, that we sharpen each other. The Bible talks about iron sharpens iron, and as men we need to sharpen each other. We need to call each other out. We need to hold each other accountable. That's the fourth quality of a positive masculine man. He builds a band of brothers. The fifth quality is that we mentor the next generation. You see, every young boy looks to an older man, an older boy, to model to him what it means to be a man. And we as men have a double responsibility. We need to have mentors, men that we look up to, men and women, who mentor us to be better men. And we as men need to mentor the next generation. You know, in the early 1990s, there were too many elephants in the Kruger National Park. And rangers decided, instead of killing some of the elephants, they would move some elephants to the Pilanesberg Park. It was a brand new park. So they relocated young elephants from the Kruger Park to the Pilanesberg Park. And you know, after a year or two, the young male elephants started behaving terribly. They started charging tourists, turning over cars. They started trying to mate with rhinos. Even some rhinos were killed by these elephants trying to mate with them. And the conservationists didn't know what was happening. Eventually, they went back to the Kruger Park. They got 2 fully grown male bull elephants. They relocated those elephants to the Pilanesberg. And within 2 weeks, the behavior of the young elephants was 100% sorted out. You see, society needs bull elephants. And you and I as men, particularly as men of faith, are the bull elephants that this society needs. We need to mentor for the next generation what it means to be a man. We need to provide discipline and boundaries, and we need to model to them what it means to be a man. There's a wonderful story about a man who lived in a village, and he used to, every evening, he used to go to the tavern on the corner and drink. And one day he was sitting in the tavern drinking, and his young son came and tugged him on the elbow. And he looked down and he said, "Hey, son, how did you find me here?" And the son looked up at his father and he said, "Dad, it was easy. I just followed your footprints in the sand from our house to this place." And the man realized, I'm leaving footprints. Where are my footprints leading? You see, as men, we are leading footprints. People are watching us. And we need to make sure that where our footprints lead is where we want the next generation to go. The number 6 quality, men, of a good man is that he makes the world a better place. We all look back in history to heroes that we have, the Nelson Mandelas, the Mahatma Gandhis, the Wilberforces, the Martin Luther Kings. These are men who made the world a better place. And you know, God has given us as men the mandate and the power to make the world a better place. We need to say, whatever went behind me is not going to go before me. If there was abuse behind me, it stops with me. You see, as men, we have the mandate to stand in the gap and say, I will make this world a better place. You can judge the quality of a man often by looking at his wife. You see, a man who is a good husband nurtures his wife. He nourishes his wife. He feeds her. He waters her. He nourishes her so she comes alive. A man who doesn't do that, often the wife is stressed, fearful, burnt out. And you see, you can judge the quality of a man by the impact he has on the people in his life. We need to ask ourselves the question as men, is South Africa a better country because I'm in the country? Is my family a better family? Is my wife a better woman? Are my children better children because I'm in their lives? Are my brothers, my colleagues, my sisters, are they better off because I'm in their lives? You see, the primary assessment of a man's success is not his bank balance, not his car that he drives. It's the impact that he has on the people in his lives. And I'll leave you with that, man, that we need to make sure that wherever we go, that place is better off because I'm there. And so as men, there are 6 virtues that we need to live up to, and there's 6 virtues that we need to model to the next generation. And you know, men, we need to start from the standpoint that God has created man as a tremendous gift to the world. True masculinity is a gift to everybody in the world, gift to our communities, gift to our wives, gift to women and children. We as men, and men of faith, we need to know this. We are designed to be dangerous. God made us dangerous. Never dangerous to women, never dangerous to children, never dangerous to each other as brothers, but dangerous to whatever threatens women, children, our society. Racism should fear masculinity. Prejudice should fear masculinity. Abuse should fear masculinity. Corruption should fear masculinity, because masculinity says, not on my watch. I'm going to leave it at that and just thank you for the time you've given me, and pray that the rest of the seminar goes wonderfully, God's grace upon it, and may we leave this place and make a huge difference in our communities and our nation. Thank you very much.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Ngifisa sidlulele presentation elandelayo. Sicela uphumelele what role can the provincial government in partnership with the interfaith sector play in grooming boys to be responsible leaders? Sizoyinikezwa ke u-director in the office of the premier. Uphumelele Mngomezulu. Ngiyafisa the maximum should be 15 minutes.
Greetings to the Honorable Premier in absentia. Ngibingelele uSomlomo, ngibingelele ama-honorable members akhona phakathi kwethu. Ngibingelele abaholi bonke abakhona bamabandla ngokuhlukahlukana kwawo. Ozakwethu basema-ofisini ahlukahlukene ahulumeni, our sectors and all our partners. Igama lami nguPhumelele Mngomezulu from the office of the Premier. Ngizobe ngenza i-presentation on the role that provincial government can play ebambisene nama-interfaith sectors ekukhuliseni umfana ukuthi abe umholi. Futhi bese elwisana nesihlava se-gender-based violence and femicide. So ke iyami presentation ibhekelele lokho ukuthi siyazi ukuthi zikhona iy'nhlelo esinazi emabandleni ethu okhulisa umfana ukuthi abe umholi. Nathi ngapha esayidini lakahulumeni sinazo futhi nathi iy'nhlelo zokukhulisa kwabafana. Kepha i-presentation yami ithi-ke kukephi la sihlangana khona sibambisane ngoba lo mfana uphila kuyo i-society yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal. Nanokuthi ama-resources esinawo ngapha nangapha senza kanjani ukuthi sihlanganile ndawonye ukuze sakhe isizwe sakaZulu-Natal esizonabaholi kuba abantu besilisa nabafana abasiholayo ekulwisaneni no-gender-based violence and femicide. Kusho ukuthi le topic ihambisana ngamashi ne-theme yale symposium yethu yanamhlanje. Ngoba i-theme ithi developing boys to be leaders in the fight against gender-based violence and femicide for the restoration of a woman's dignity. Yona nhloso ye-presentation yami namhlanje. I-presentation ke sithe masihlanganisa sayihlukanisa ngalezo indlela ukuthi sihlukanisa ama-programs siwabona ukuthi ami kanjani bese siyabheka ukuthi singabambisana kanjani. Kodwa futhi iyesekelwe i-strategy se-gender-based violence and femicide. Kune-strategy ke esinaso esisuka ka-national, i-National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Kepha isifundazwe sesakaZulu-Natal sasithatha futhi lesi strategy sas-customize ke manje ukuthi thina njengoba sinama-districts awu-11 sizolwisana kanjani nesihlava se-gender-based violence kuma-districts ethu ewu-11. Leso strategy sa-approve ke i-cabinet yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal Executive Council ekuyiyona ke ezoba isisekelo futhi sale presentation yami namhlanje. Ama-strategic objectives e-presentation yethu, 1.
Ngiyaxolisa ukuba phakathi kwe-presentation nelento khona ongalungi kahle. Kubukeka engathi asinawo enele ama-hard copies. Ngicela sibhime, si-project, but also ke ngizokhulekela nje ukuthi sikuthathe. Kodwa Somlomo angikusho ukuthi zikhona izintwana ezifuna ukulungiswa between the legislature and government. Yabona mase ucheckile ukuthi izinto zikhona mase kuthiwa we only have 40 copies. We've been planning together and siyazi delegation ukuthi nabantu abangaki. So it doesn't. Akusilekeleli. I've been saying it. Futhi ngeofisa kufike na ku DG ukuthi we are not here to tick the box. We are not here to tick the box. Rather we are saying thina njengesishayamthetho we recognize and value ukulekelelwa interfaith sector. We are able to stand during the times of hardship because of this particular sector. So nje we are really appealing asizicelele mhlawumbe other things sizozilungisa ekhaya. Kodwa sikwazi ukuyilungisa ekhaya outside the sector that is being affected. Asikuveze la bese sithi ke siyayithatha some of the things sibuyela nazo emuva. Asicele i-understanding nje kakhulukazi kuba hlobo bethu be-sector ukuthi siyayicela i-understanding ukuthi at least mesingathiwa we are just noting while kubhinywa, then masiqhubeka siya phambili si will improve. Siyabonga kakhulu, angicele ke ukubuyisela kuMadla kahle.
Uxolisa nje kakhulu Hlalo for that. We will definitely do it differently. Siphatha ama-copies anele ngokulandelayo. Sixolisa na kwi-sector futhi ukuthi ama-copies anganeli. We really are apologetic about that. Ngizozama ukuthi ngibe state na kwi-presentation khona at least esikuphethe sizokwazi ukuthi sikuthole. Bengisa kuma-strategic objectives which is on slide 4. Ama-strategic objectives kusho ukuthi ukubheka ukubambisana bese sibheka izinselelo nezingqinamba abantu besilisa ababhekene nazo besakhula mangabe sibheka indaba yokuyiphatha nanokuthi ibona abantu besilisa nabafana ikakhulukazi ababa ama-perpetrators of gender-based violence. Kodwa ke uCraig usesinikezile futhi ezinye izingqinamba ababhekene nazo. Bese siyabheka futhi as one of the objectives ukuthi simolda kanjani umfana ukuthi naye agcine esedlala indima ebalekile ekushintsheni isizwe asinikeze ukuthi naye abe part of the change that we want to see in our province and in our country at large. But also we want to look at the differences between ama-gender and the relationships efuneka umfana abe nawo nomuntu wesifazane nomuntu wesilisa nengane kube intombazane kanjalo ukuthi how do we mold those relationships between a man and a woman as well as a boy and a girl. So those are some of the things that we want to cover in our presentation in terms of our programs. Sithema ngabe siqala i-presentation yethu in the next slide. We looked at the different denominations esinawo mangabe sikhuluma nge-interfaith. Sabona ukuthi kuma-denominations zethu sine Christianity, sine Rastafarian denominations, sine Jewish faith, sine traditional faith, sibe ne Baha'i, ama-Muslims, ama-Nazareth Baptist as Islamic faith, ama-Buddhist as well as ama-Hindu. Mangabe sithi in South Africa, we've got interfaith. These are the denominations that we are talking about. And in this presentation, these are the denominations that we are aiming to have a partnership with as government. Ukuze sokwazi ukubambisana ekukhuliseni umfana okhulayo emphakathini wethu. Sabe sesibheka ke indlela zokuxhumana noma zokubambisana ekukhuliseni umfana ukuthi abe indoda eqotho abe umholi futhi ekulwisaneni no gender based violence. Sabona lama pillars e4 ukuthi iwona abalekile ngoba nasemabandleni ethu umfana uyafundiswa ngokokholo nokuba indoda okuyikona futhi nathi ngapha kuma programs akahulumeni esikwenzayo sinama educational programs. Sabona futhi kukhona i-mentorship abafana bayitholayo from ama-elders in the church. Nayo futhi ama-mentorship programs siba nawo futhi nathi ngapha kahulumeni kuma-departments ahlukahlukene. Sakubona ukubaluleka ukuthi ikakhulukazi abafana abangenabo baba bakhuliswa ubani nabafana futhi uthola ukuthi ubaba ukhona kodwa akaxhumene kahle naye. singamkhulisa kanjani i-mentorship siyaye singayigcini ekhaya kuphela ke kube khona umuntu nje kuyena obukela kuyena siyagqugquzela ke lokho ukuthi lo mentorship programs aqhubeke ngaso sonke isikhathi. And then emphakathini ke futhi ngoba siphili ngasodwana, what is the role of umfana? Kunama programs esinawo emasontweni ethu noma emabandleni ethu la sibuye siphumele nasemphakathini ngoba sikwenze esontweni noma ebandleni sifisa ukuthi kube nomthelelo omuhle emphakathini. Kuneyinhlelo ke futhi ku-InterFaith ezikhona, kuba khona ama-campaigns nama-workshops esiba nawo emabandleni akhuluma ngako futhi ukulwisana ngawo gender-based violence and femicide. And then also building i-network. Sibonge kakhulu futhi i-legislature isishayamithetho ukuthi sesicreate-ile vele space la sithi singababandla ahlukahlukene kodwa sikwazi ukuhlangana ndawonye sizokhulumisana ukuthi lesi sihlava esesikhona emphakathini wethu singababandla ahlukahlukene singabambisana kanjani irrespective of where we come from ekuthini silwisane naso isihlava sa-gender-based violence. So those networks must be built amongst ourselves and even beyond. Now lezi inhlelo lezi ezilandelayo on slide 7 inhlelo ke lezi ezikhona emabandleni ethu ahlukahlukene kodwa sike sathola from i-Christian faith, sathola from the Nazarene Baptist. Sibe sesiyacela ukuthi mangabe sesiwaqedelela ke as one of the resolutions of this symposium sithole namanye ama-programs as per ama-denominations that we read ukuze sokwazi ukuthi sikhiphe iplan eyodwa eveza iy'nhlelo zonke. Leyo kuqala nje i-Christian faith ikuvezile ukuthi inayo i-mentorship program fana. Uma ngabe siyibheka le mentorship program ukuthi imeleni siyayibona ihambisana ne-pillar 4 of the GBV strategy la umfana ongena baba, a fatherless father, efundiswa khona ehlanganiswa nobaba ozokwazi ukumkhulisa. So that is the aim of that program. It is done by the Methodist Church ke le program le. Imfundisa ukuthanda nokwazi ukuvuleleka enkingeni abhekene nazo. Uma ngabe ziza insecure kuba khona umuntu wesilisa noma ubaba ozokwazi ukuthi amkhulise kulezo zindawo lezo. Amfundise ke nanokuthi naye mangabe sewubaba funeka ayikhulise kanjani ezakhe izingane. Enye program futhi esinayo is the Men in Christ program. Esithema ngabe siyibona sayibona ihambisana no pillar 2 of the GBV strategy, which is looking at prevention and rebuilding social cohesion. Le program ke ibheke ukuthi ishape isimilo kumfana osakhula, imsize futhi nanokuthi understand ubungozi bezidakamizwa esesiyibona seziningi kakhulu emphakathini wethu. Bese futhi abone futhi ukubaluleka ukuthi kube uyena olwisana no GBV kunokube abe uperpetrator wethu emphakathini. Nanokuthi kube uyena oyi-agent of change in the society, even if kukhona indaba zo peer pressure endaweni kodwa kube uyena ozothi not in my name when it comes to issues of gender-based violence and other social ills in society. Enye futhi program esiyayithola kuma programs from i-Christian faith, i-Jesus and the Gens program. Sithe masiyibuka sayibona ihambisana no pillar 4 we-GBV strategy. Le program ibheke ke yona ukweluleka komqondo womfana o counseling programs. Le ndaba yokuthi indoda ayikhali asivumi siuhulumeni, siyafisa ukuthi umuntu akhulume uma ngabe kukhona into emphethe kabi, ayikhulume kusesekuqaleni ingaze yakhe ulaka nentukutheko ngaphakathi kwakhe aze enze into errong. So ama-psychological issues abafana babhekene nawo, le program ithi Jesus and Gens ibhekana nawo nje ngqo. Bese kuba khona ke ne-empowerment in terms of job creation, ukuthi bangasebenzisa kanjani abafana amakhono abanawo ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi benze imali. Siyazi ukuthi sinenkinga ye-unemployment in our country. We've got big problems in our country, unemployment, but we do have skills as well. How then do abafana also use ama-skills abanawo namakhono ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi benze imali? I-Nazarene Baptist Church nohlelo lokukhuliswa nokufundiswa kwabafana nezinsizwa ngomhla ka-22 nangomhla ka-23 nyanga zonke. I-Nazarene Baptist Church yila kufundiswa khona umfana ukuyiphatha emphakathini nokuyithiba, nanokuthi nje baye bafundiswa nanokuthi kusho ukuthini ukuqoma nokuqonywa. Le nto adishiwe umeya earlier on ukuthi ungaqonywa kodwa futhi nokwaliwa futhi is part of impilo. So lezo zinto ziyafundisa nanokuthi mangabe usushada ke uba indoda enjani ukuze ube umkhwenyana oqotho ekhaya. Lezo inhlelo zikhona nyanga zonke in our Nazareth Baptist Church. Sengizodlulela ke manje einhlelweni esitholeke ku department kuma government departments bese ngiyasho futhi sihlala ukuthi siyafisa ukuthi zonke wonke amabandla asinikeze inhlelo khona sikwazi ukuyihlaziya sikwazi ukuyi-aligna ne-strategy sethu. But in terms of government programs for umfana, we see Office of the Premier implementa i-program yey'kawoti. Abafana ke labo bese kuba khona i-Boys to Men program, kube khona u-Department of Health kuba nekhosomba lamajita, bese kuba khona i-voluntary medical male circumcision eyenziwa u-Department of Health. Sports, Arts and Culture wenza umkhosi woselwa as well as amabandla games engicabanga ukuthi siyawazi kakhulu. Bese kuba khona uKhokha oza nomkhosi wolwako as well as social development onama programs amaningana ke yena u-Boys Assembly, u-Men Care program as well as i-Boys Champion and Change program. Siyawahlaziya ke lama programs ukuthi siwabona emi kanjani in terms of i-alignment with the GBV strategy. Le yes Boy Scouts ibuka nanokugqugquzela ukuthi babe khona amathuba omsebenzi and economic empowerment for abantu besilisa as well as building ama leadership skills kumfana esakhula nanokuthi abe ne self confidence iyasiza kakhulu ke lapho. Bese kuba i-Boys to Men program ehambisana no Pillar 4 which is care support and healing. Lana sibona nakhona futhi umfana enikezwe ithuba lokuthi akhulume ngeenkinga zakhe kuma peers akhe endaweni erelaxile bezokwazi ukukhuluma ngeenkinga ababhekana nazo besakhula, ama drugs, peer pressure, nanokuyithanda nje naye. Ne-identity is one of the critical issues that our boys are faced with. Uzalwa kabani isibongo kodwa sababa sithize iyamphazamisa kokunye lokho. This is where they get to talk about issues like that. And then also the Boys Champion and Change program, which is implemented by Department of Social Development, which aligns with the prevention, rebuilding social cohesion pillar within our GBV strategy. This one is also done by Abantu Besilisa. It's Boys and Men Champion and Change program. Ibheka ukuyiphatha komfana nanendaba ze-health noma ezempilo ukuthi ake siyithande nangisemzimbeni yethu singabafana silicheck igciwane lengculazi siye futhi nakosoka ukuze amathuba ukuthi silithole igciwane lengculazi namanye ama-STIs ehlike nendaba zo-TB ama-tuberculosis as well as other STIs. Siyamgqugquzela umfana ukuthi angabalekelani nezempilo noma emtholampilo atholakale futhi naye ukuze ezokwazi ukuphila emzimbeni ukuze ezokwazi ukwenza the difference that he has to make esaphila emhlabeni. Yeah, and then nanendaba zo-gender based violence futhi zikhona futhi laphayana ku-Boys Champion and Change. Ukhokha umkhosi wolwako is part of Pillar 2. It's a traditional practice that is championed by our traditional leaders in our province, and it deals with bringing up abafana and also to promote them to be good men. Baya entabeni where they are groomed to grow up as good men, and when they are also in the initiation is also done there, where they are actually taught ukuthi kusho ukuthini ukuba umfana. Is led by the Department of Ukhokha, Cooperative Government. And then umkhosi woselwa, we've got Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Lo mkhosi uchampionwa i-Royal Household. Lo mkhosi siyasubona wenzeka lapha ekupheleni konyaka la sibona khona isilo samabandla sihamba nabafana siyobafundisa. Sibona no Department of Health futhi kule program eyofundisa futhi ngokubaleka kokusokwa komfana. And then bese kuba khona amabandla games which are also led by Sports, Arts and Culture. Amabandla games ke wona agqugquzela ukuthi siyithande siyivocavoce futhi sikwazi ukubambisana igqugquzela i-teamwork nanokuthi sibe naleso spirit of competitiveness positive ezokwazi ukuthi sakhe isizwe ndawonye. Yenzeka kuma districts ahlukahlukene nakuma locals i-leader of Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Department of Health ikhosomba lamajita le program i-leader of Department of Health ibhekelele labafana aba-unemployed esibathola behleli ey'ndaweni ey'hlukahlukene emalokishini nasemakhaya bengenzi lutho bahlala ngakoma plaza kanjalo uyayahambeleke kwemisiwa ka-health ayebona ayobafundisa ukuthi how can they make good use of isikhathi sabo, how can they make money, and how can they make use of ama-talents abanawo, ikhosomba lamadoda, lamajita. And then bese kuba social development, i-Boys Assembly program, nakhona futhi we are seeing Deputy Minister uZulu leading this one at national level, but it's also implemented in our provinces. And the aim of this one is for the boys to actually speak out about their challenges. Once again, we really are creating platforms for men to speak. Nanokuthi bangafeli ngaphakathi ukuze bezokwazi ukuthola ukusizakala ey'ntweni abayidingayo. Men care program is also implemented by social development and aiming to deal with the behavior yomfana nomuntu wesilisa. And this one is also linked to the family structure, because as uSomlomo ke washo ekuqaleni ukuthi it all starts at home. Family is the first institution that needs to actually recognize umfana as an important part of umndeni. So that is where it is in terms of the men care program. We are saying it begins with the individual, but it cascades to the family and the community as well as the society at large. Those are the programs that we have in terms of programs abafana asinawo kuhulumeni nama-programs akhona kwi-interfaith space. Kepha-ke esikucelayo noma esinxusayo kuma-recommendations ethu ukuthi akube khona phela ukubambisana kulama-programs. Uma ngabe kukhona ama-programs enziwa i-Rastafarian noma i-Buddhist noma i-Hindu noma i-Christian, all our denominations, let us have a plan ezohlanganisa ukuze sizokwazi ukuthi even in our next symposium, we begin to report on the progress that we have made in terms of the partnership that we are forging in grooming the boy to be a leader in addressing issues of gender-based violence. That is the first recommendation that we are making. We are also urging the the interfaith sector. Ukuthi sino operations sukumasakhe thina siuhulumeni. Lapho ama-programs wonke siwa-implement emphakathini, reportwa kuma-war rooms ethu, engabe ibandla lisewadini, sisho ukuthi lama-programs esenzayo thina kuma-interfaith nasemabandleni ethu, asesiza abafana bangakhi, asiza kanjani, ngoba nalapho futhi emawadini, yila ama-departments bekade ngiwasho khona, reporta khona ukuthi this is what we are doing. That is where the beginning of our partnership will start. So we are urging the accountability in terms of our operations Masake structures. Those reports will move to local, move to district, as well as provincial level. Thank you very much, Shalo. That is the end of my presentation.
Siyabonga kakhulu nge-presentation. Ngiyacela siye Premier's address and feedback on implementation of 2022 InterFaith Symposium. Asicele uSibusiso wakabiyela eze azo sipha i-presentation. Uma siqeda yona ke siyoba ne-engagement before singene kwi-dialogue.
Greetings to the Honorable Speaker of the Legislature, honorable members and delegates, and all officials that are in the House. I am mandated to make a short presentation on the resolutions that were taken during the 2022 InterFaith Symposium. I will be as brief as ever. I will mix languages so that we are all on board, and I'm a Zulu speaker, not an English speaker, so at times I am comfortable emphasizing in isiZulu. The resolutions were compiled by the Office of the Premier. They coordinated the collation of the reports from government departments who had the resolutions with them so that they respond to the resolutions that were taken during the 2022 Interfaith Symposium. I will start with the first resolution that the Premier submits to the Legislature by 5th of December 2022, a report on reasons leading to the above mentioned departments not being present at the commissions, and a report on action taken against such defaulting departments. And if we go a bit up, there is a noting. The noting is that despite the Office of the Speaker having communicated with the government departments about the Interfaith Symposium and its commissions, the commitments by the departments to be presented in commissions, including the indication of names of persons sent to represent the departments, and the disturbing absence of the following departments at commissions. So this one is here to address the absence of government departments who could not avail themselves during the commissions. The Office of the Premier was presented by Ms. Mjali and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. The department was represented by the Senior Manager, Mr. Nhlapo and Mr. Memela, who presented the responses to the resolutions. The Department of Human Settlement was mandated to attend the Taking Parliament to the People program hosted by National Council of Provinces under Ugu District Municipality. The Executive Authority and the Senior Executive of the department were mandated to attend the program, with issues of human settlement being the center of discussion during the sessions. Noting that the rise in gender-based violence cases is often related and associated to alcohol and drug abuse, the resolution was that all departments have tangible programs that focus on awareness campaigns in communities on the effect of alcohol and substance abuse. Kubalulekile ukuthi izimbangela eziningi zodlame oluyamene nokubulili ludalwa kakhulu izinto ezithintene nophuzo oludakayo nezidakamizwa. The Office of the Premier coordinating departmental campaigns aimed at creating awareness on substance abuse. The coordination is part of the broader social ills campaigns that are run by departments. The Office of the Premier further monitored the implementation and impact of the departmental campaigns through the quarterly reports that are coordinated by the Stakeholder Coordination Branch in the Office of the Premier. A coordination and monitoring plan is already part of the Office of the Premier's 2023-2024 annual performance plan. Ukubheka ke lesa simo ke kade ngisisho eqaleni, i-office likaNdunankulu ilona eliqoqa ke imbiko kuma government departments ukuze kubhekane nalesi simo. Athina amanye ama government departments ngesimo sokuthi udlame oluyamene nobulili ludalwa uphuzo ikasikhulukazi oludakayo nezidakamizwa. Uma ke sibuka ke uDepartment of Sports, Arts and Culture, ukuthi yena ke kuma clusters akhe wonke kwakhamba kanjani, soqala ngo-Eastern Cluster. Both 2021 and 2022 DISAC, District Choral Music and DISAC Provincial Choral Music competitions. The theme is Tibili, is based on fight against gender-based violence. Both 2021 and 2022 District Theatre Festival is based on fight against gender-based violence. Shuthi ke kusinikeza isiqiniseko lokho ukuthi lezi inhlelo zomculo wamakhwaya unesiqubulo esezitibile nazo zonke zibhekene kakhulu nokulwa nodlame oluyamene nobulili. U-Eastern Cluster ke waba nalezi ke ezintathu engazibala: Youth Day Dialogue kwaXimba Sports Ground, Heritage Day Dialogue Mary Gray Sports Hall, Women's Day Community Dialogue Umlazi Cinema. U-Western Cluster yena ukume kanje okwakhe ukunaka leya ndaba yesimo sokuthi udlame oluyamene nobulili ludalwa uphuzo nezidakamizwa, ukuze baqoqa abantu babagcine besendaweni lapho bezophuma ezidakamizweni nase ophuzweni olunamandla. Youth campaign was held on the 29th of June 2022 at Osizweni Arts Center, where 145 youth benefited. Men's was hosted on the 28th July 2022 at Danhauser, where 50 men, including young men, benefited. A women's dialogue was held on the 19th August 2022 at Escort, where 50 women, including youth, benefited. A women's dialogue was held on the 21st, 2022 at Mvoti Town Hall, 50 women benefited. A women's dialogue was held on the 4th of August 2022 at Danhauser, where 50 women benefited. Amachuba Rainbow Show was hosted on 17 December 2022 at Newcastle Town Hall, benefited. Cycling Against GPV and Child Abuse, benefiting 50 children on the 10th of December 2022. Zonke ke lezi inhlelo ezenzeka ngoNtulikazi ngoNcwaba nango Zibandlela eNewcastle, eDanhauser, eGreytown, eMvoti, eMdlovana nase eMtshezi kwa napa abantu inani labantu abathi baba khona ukuze kusetshenzwe nabo belulekwe ngokuthi akumele bagxile kakhulu entweni zophuzo oludakayo. U-Western Cluster Sports Against GBV at Uthukela Stateville, benefiting 100 participants. Yenzeka yona kusukela mhla zintathu kuya zizine kuZibandlela ngonyaka udlule u2022. Walk and Arrow Marathon held and benefited 800 participants in SG Bambata, Bulwa, Acheni, and Bagis. Kwaba ke naleyo walk ke marathon eyabenzeka kulezi ndawo entathu esengizibalile. KwaMtholo Christmas event Jozini, imindeni engama 50 yathola izipho kwase kwabane nengxoxo on GBV and substance abuse awareness. Ikarat self-defense at Ilembe district held at Mandeni Sibusisiwe Hall, benefiting 11 clubs. Big Walk and Arrow marathon held at Ubuhlebezwe, benefiting 200 youth. International Children's Day, raising GBV and substance abuse awareness, mhlaka 1 enyangeni kaLwezi ngo2022. Big Walk Arrow Marathon eMsinga abasizakala babengamakhulu amabili. Sisaqhubeka no Department of Sports, Arts and Culture amabandla inter-regional games, district games and equipment support, intensify the program at local and district level. Active Thursday, continue with regional games to revive the program. Konke lokho kwakuyizinhlelo ezisiza ukuthi abantu bahlukane nezidakamizwa notshwala ukuze bangabe sebenza udlame olubhekiswe oluyamene nobulili. UCOGTA yena kume kanje ke noting the absence of an interfaith desk at provincial government level. It was resolved that COGTA include an interfaith desk at a provincial level. Kwa ukuthi angathi ayikho alukho uhlaka olubhekene nezamabandla ahlangene kwa ku provincial level. ukhokutha ke kwasathiwa akayenze le desk ke ibe khona at provincial level. The interfaith desk was established for Kokta, and the focal person is Miss N. Naidu at a deputy director level. It must be noted that the office of the premier is responsible for the interfaith sector at the provincial level. Obviously kanjena nkulu ke ilona elibhekele kakhulu ezokugqugquzela ezamabandla ahlangene ezingeni likahulumeni wesifunda. Wesifundazwe, I mean, not isifunda. Noting the non-implementation of the previous year's Interfaith Symposium resolutions, it was resolved that all government accounting officers submit written reports detailing reasons for non-implementation of 2021 resolutions, and further that the MECs must ensure that the accounting officers are held accountable for the non-implementation of resolutions captured during Interfaith Symposium programs. Lapha ke kwakubhekwa ukuthi izinqumo ezathathwa kwinkulumo ngxoxo yayingomhla yango 2021 azange ize ilandelelwe iminyango kahulumeni. Kwase ke kucelwa ukuthi ke bonke ke abaphathi beminyango okungo MEC babheke ukuthi lokhu kuyenzeka. Kwathiwa ke o-HOD nabo futhi kumsebenzi wabo ukuthene basho ukuthi kungani izinqumo ezathathwa ngo-2021 zingazange zilandelelwe yiyo yonke iminyango kahulumeni. The Office of the Premier submitted a written report and progress regarding the implementation of the 2021 Interfaith Symposium resolutions. The Office of the Premier also coordinates quarterly meetings where departments are encouraged to submit progress on the implementation of resolutions. Noting the gap that exists between schools and interfaith in terms of work relations, it was resolved that interfaith structures get closer to schools and build work relations to contribute to the fight against social ills and gender-based violence, and that schools have school chaplains, and for the interfaith structures to form WhatsApp groups to maintain contact and attending to issues. Kwanqunywa ke emhlanganweni loya wango 2022 ukuthi izinhlaka zezamabandla noma zezenkolo azisondele ezikolweni zibe nobudlelwano ukuze kuliwe nazo zonke lezi zinto eziwuhlupho emphakathini ama-social ills kanye nodlame oloyamene nobulili. Kwase kwathiwa ke futhi izikole kufanele isikole ngasinye sibe no-chaplain ozothathwa kuma-interfaith structures, kwenziwe ne-WhatsApp group ukuze kukwazi ukuxhunyanwa kalula. U-Department of Education ke yena ke uthi ke the unit recently held the SGB roadshows where strengthening of the quality learning and teaching campaign structures was emphasized. These roadshows were addressed by head of staff or the head office staff in response to the fight and during monitoring that structures were not up to scratch. Religious leaders are part of the structures. It was therefore emphasized that they be brought on board. To abasondele abaholi bezenkolo kulezi zinhlaka lezi ukuze ziqinise ubudlelwane phakathi kwezikole nezenkolo. An interview was held in Ukhozi FM in uNkulunkulu nomuntu omusha where the importance of religion was emphasized, and that use of religious leaders to assist with social ills like drug abuse, teenage pregnancy, etc. was emphasized. The program was part of Human Rights Day celebration where the rights of teachers and learners to religion and to have their religion and cultures respected was highlighted. Kwakwenziwa ngoMarch lo nge-Human Rights Day lapho kwakungahambiswa khona ukubaluleka kwelungelo lokuzibandakanya kumuntu ngamunye kwezenkolo. Noting the need for the interfaith structures to play a role in the fight against social ills, especially in schools, it was resolved that the Department of Education capacitates interfaith structures with counseling skills for the structure to fully participate in providing counseling to distressed learners and educators, and that interfaith structures be allowed to visit schools to fight against spiritual warfare that continues to target learners in schools. Abezenkolo banxuswa ke la kulo mhlangano onjengalonge nakudlule ukuthi ezikoleni ukuze kulwiswe nemimoya siyazi kuba khona nokuhayiza nani nani izingane ziba naleyo nto. Iminyango ke wezemfundo ke yona uthi ke when there is a request by the Interfaith Forum, we will be in a position to offer a one-day lay counseling training program that may be centralized or clustered depending upon the numbers. The unit recently held the SGB roadshow besike sakusho ke lokho ukuthi kwenzeka kuphendula lokho akwangemuva. Noting the miseducation of culture by the media entertainment industry, which could be having a negative influence in the society, thus possibly contributing to social ills such as substance abuse, teacher-learner, romantic relationship, and immorality. That all interfaith resolution is that all interfaith structures re-educate learners and the society about Africanism and discourage the Eurocentric influence that continues to destroy the identity of Africans. Kuthiwa ke kwanothwa ukuthi akuliwe nalomkhuba wokutsholizisa lapho othisha bezwana nabantwana bethandana. Kwase kwacela ukuthi buyiswe kakhulu isiko lase-Afrika kuhlehlwe esikweni la phesheya kwezilwandle ngoba lokho kulimaza ubuthina bama-Afrika. National Symbols Education Program has been rolled out in all 12 districts of KZN through cluster workshops held on Umzinto, Community Hall, and Amajuba Education Center districts were clustered as follows: Ilembe, Pinetown, Umlazi, Mgungundlovu, Herigwala, and Ugu. National symbols are defined in terms of the Constitution and are meant to promote reconciliation and nation building. In the founding provision of the Constitution, it is stated that the Republic of South Africa is a sovereign democratic state founded in the following values: human dignity, the achievement of equality, and advancement of human rights and freedom, non-racism and non-sexist. Ukugqugquzela kwama-symbols, ama-national symbols, kuyolekelela kakhulu ukulwa nalesihlava. Angisekude kakhulu ukuqeda, sengiku slide number 12. Sengizophuma nje khona manje la. Noting the shift in the balance of power between the authorities such as the Department of Education and governing bodies and the labor representatives, which do not always work for the betterment or the betterment of schooling. That the Department of Education continues to empower their managers and improve on the management system and approaches. That the school governing bodies be provided with offices in schools to fully participate in school proceedings. Lapha ke kwakubhekwa kakhulu ukuthi ama-trade unions abuye axove ukufunda nokufundisa kuphazamise ngandlela thize bayazi abantu kuyenzeka emphakathini. The unit recently held the SGP roadshow, nakho futhi kuphendulekile kuse into efanayo. Bese sithi ke there is no need for the SGP to have an office at school as their work is random. Their regular presence at school may lead to disruption or to disrupt the processes at school. When they come for duties, the principal's office is their point of call and arrangements are made in case of meetings. All SGP documents are kept in the strong room or the principal's office. Once you allocate an office, you imply that they should be regular at school. SGPs meet once a quarter. The finance committee meets once a month, and safekeeping of all records is the responsibility of the principal as per the South African Schools Act. 84 of 1996. Noting the rise of sexual offenses in a foundation phase in schools, it was resolved that the Department of Education recruit more female educators at the foundation phase to protect learners from being vulnerable to sexual offenses. That the Department of Education work closely with the Department of Justice and Child Commission to attend to cases of sexual offenses. Kuthiwa lana ke kubonakala sengathi liyanyuka inani lamacala abheke adalwa ukuthi abantu abaseba ingane ezisencane zase foundation phase ziyahlukunyezwa ngokocansi. Kuthiwa ke ngathi umnyango wezemfundo ungaqasha kakhulu othisha besifazane lapha yamazingena phansi ukuze kugwemeke lokho, basebenzisane nomnyango Department of Justice ukuze kunakwe lamacala adeleka lapha phansi kokuhlukumezeka kwezingane ngokocansi zisencane. Department of Education i-response yakhe ithi the department has planned in its recruitment drive for 2023 to employ more females in the foundation phase sector. The processes of recruitment will start on 28 March 2023. Legal Services conducts regular meetings where reported cases that are in the criminal court are discussed. Nako loko amacala futhi ayanakwa kakhulu. Slide number 14. Noting that sexual education was introduced in schools as part of the curriculum without a department consultation and of parents. Engathi kwavele kwafundiswa nje i-sexual education abazali bengazange baziswe noma banikeze imvume. That the Department of Education and Department of Health cooperatively improve on consultation and involve parents when making such decisions about the education of learners. Kumele umnyango wenza isiqiniseko sokuthi uyagaludaba. Department of Education kanjena ke uma ephendula. SNES was part of SGB roadshows and where they addressed the SGBs. The SGBs were even sex education versus sexuality education. The policy is not about sex education, which focuses on the how, but sexuality education, which teaches learners about the effects. Bahlukaniselwa amalunga SGB ehlukaniselwa uSNES ukuthi cha kwipolicy kunento sexuality education no sex education, lezo zinto zombili bahlukaniselwa zona ukuthi azifani, azilimazi kakhulu ekufundisweni nasekufundeni kwezingane. Slide number 15 wethu, noting the late remuneration of early childhood development educators, which compromises the quality of workers of work provided by the ECD. So nalapho futhi kwabeke sekuthiwa ke Department of Education akayinake le ukholela othisha babantwana abasebancane kuse early. Department ke yenake uthi ke wawasayina ama-assumption of duties ka grade R for 2023, so wasayine wonke akusekho lutho selisele sekuzoqhubeka kahle kuhambe ngohlelo bazoba khokhela nje mhla ka-30 April 2023. The resumption forms have been signed and verified by the directorates. Kanti sekuseke kwalunga lokho. The challenges in provision of tractors to communities by the government, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, that the department revised the mechanization program. Lapha ke kuthiwa ogandaganda bezi kahle ngokohlelo kuma emphakathini abavela emnyangweni wezolimo. Uthike lana ke uDepartment of Agriculture uselihlungile ke udaba lokuthi le mechanization program and have developed a blended mechanization program to be implemented as from 2023-2024 financial year. The blended mechanization program has 4 categories: state-owned fleet, service provider mechanism, small holding tractor procurement, and procurement of mechanization equipment. But I kage balisebenzile ke lolo daba as umnyango wezolimo. Umnyango ke wezolimo futhi kwakhulunywa nawo futhi kule nhlanganiso kwathiwa the scarcity of water and safe grazing land that government that consider assisting farmers with boreholes and fencing for community investment in farming. Umnyango ke wezolimo usebeke ke imali elinganiselwa ku 57 wezigidi zamarandi was invest in communal investment projects. The program will provide infrastructure that will assist in commercializing farmers. This program will assist communities with construction and rehabilitation of boreholes, deep tanks, dams, and fencing of grazing camps. Umnyango ke uthi cha usekhiphe lesamba ukuze abalekelele bangabi ama subsistence farmers nje nabantu basemakhaya kodwa baba ama commercial farmers inkomo ufuyile zingahlali sezigugele ekhaya kodwa ziqhubeke nokulimile kudayiswe emarket usenalolo hlelo. The lack of health resources to assist communities at ground level sekuyi slide esilama isogcina lesi. Impendulo ke bidingeka ke ukuthi inikezwe umnyango wezempilo that the government provide adequate resources for officials working with communities to afford them accessibility in far rural areas. Kuthiwa impela abantu abasihlala emakhaya engathi bangasizakala ukuthi abantu abasebenza khona bomnyango wezempilo banikezwe izinsiza kusebenza ezanele khona bezokwazi ukubasiza. Imnyango wezempilo ke yena uphendula kanjena ke as much as the resources are not adequate an effort is continually made to provide the community-based outreach teams with vehicles to reach out to communities including those in the deep rural areas. The teams are also provided with the necessary tools of trade. Each outreach team leader has, that supervises the community health care workers has access to a vehicle. Each school health team is allocated a vehicle to provide services to the schools in various communities. Ayike kuthiwe umnyango ke wenza ngakusemandleni ukufaka izinsiza zokusebenza abahola lamaqembu asebenza emakhaya bakwenza isiqiniseko ukuthi anemoto nazo zonke izinsiza ke ezidingakalayo ukuze basizakale abantu emakhaya. Islide sokugcina sithi angisho ukuthi ene ukungilalela kwenu nilalela Office of the Premier siyabonga kakhulu.
Asibonge kakhulu the presentations esesiwatholile. Ngiyafisa masiqhubeka siya phambili sithi ke sifisa i-public engagement session la esizobe sibuza imibuzo yengaciso but also uma kukhona esifisa ukwengeza because we can also make some comments and inputs sikwenze bese ke siyobe sesithatha siqhubekela phambili singena kwi dialogue. Ngicela ukuthatha izandla efisa ukucacisela kuma presentations enziwe. Bengicelile ke izolo bahlobo bami ukuthi ngizocela ukunipha izandla kodwa bese siyazisho ukuthi singobani ngoba ngasuke ngenza iphutha lokuthi kuphambaniseke or else bese kube khona engathi ngiyabazi kakhulu kunabanye. Angithathe izandla ngizoyithatha at once bese ke siya engage. Kunesandla kule row at the far end esokuqala leso. Kule row yesithathu kunesandla ngicabanga ukuthi unumber 4 mawuqhamuka ngale or number 5 esesibili leso. Kunesandla sesithathu la phambili shushu uzoba number 3 bese kuba khona isandla sokugcina lapha ya kudadewethu ziwu4 izandla ezikhona. Ngizofisa ke ngenxa yesikhathi ngicabanga ukuthi ke abanye baphendulekile futhi bazophenduleka mhlawumbe nami ebengicabangile okucatshangwe ophakamisile isandla sicela ukuthatha in that order ke ngicela i-mic yebo
Ngiyabingelela and all protocol observe. Dr. Khanyile, ngiqhamuka othukela district. Ngibhalela i-question yami ithi, when the speaker, Honorable Boyce, outlined the purpose and the program of this symposium, she mentioned that SALGA has to be requested or engaged to ensure that religion in various districts is catered for in the distribution of land to build places of worship. So my seeking clarity question is it possible to make this good comment of the speaker as a resolution taken in this symposium? And in other ways, I'm also accolading what the Honorable Boyce mentioned, because as religious sectors, we need the places of worship. And my second question, why the government departments are phasing out the chaplaincy? Hence, we need chaplains in our various municipalities at local and district levels more than before as interfaith sector. So it's a second question. And the third one, my question, in fact, I've got a problem with the last presentation. Uguti, how are we going to get the copy of the premier presented by by Mr. Biela? Thank you.
ngicela size number 2
Bishop Mambo Umkhize from eThekwini. Okokuqala nje Chairperson ukukhuluma indaba oke wayibeka eyokuthi si request kuma presenters ethu ukuthi ama hard copies siyawadinga akakhulu, mhlambe ku next meeting babe more serious ngoba sisuke sidelegateiwe uma sila ama interfaith esivela kuona. Kubhlungu ukufike usulambatha uthi cha kukhulunyiwe kodwa angisazi ngoba kuningi okusivelela engqondweni psychologically. Uma ke besiphethe izinto bekuyoba lula i-request nje kubafowethu laba besi presentela. Okunye okube isicelo ngibone ihlukene kakhulu ngizwe ihlukene kakhulu abantu abenza ama programs okukhulisa abafana. Khona abaqhamuka traditional, abanye baqhamuka scholastically, abanye baqhamuka religiously. Bengifisa ukuthi kwenziwe into ekuthiwa collaboration. Sihlanganeni ngoba silwa impi eyodwa. Kungabi engathi siya compete. Ngigcizelele kakhulu entweni ye visibility ngoba asibaze ngiyaqala nje ukuzwa ukuthi kanti khona izinto ezinhle kangaka kwi community. Ngizizwa zilapho nje epulpit lakho angazi noma la sivela khona ziyaqhamuka yini. Okunye ebengithi mhlambe ngifuna ukukukhuluma yiloku sihlalo kokuthi ukuthinta umbholompi wesilisa lapha emakliniki ezibhedlela uthintwa umama owunesi egameni lokuthi uyiprofessional avele nje akudumele akubambe athi Mkhize ngiyakusika manje mina bengibona ukuthi sengazi ukuthi bengingabhalansiswa ama forces ngoba ukubanjwa umama owunesi noma owudokotela abambe lento enkulu kangaka eyakhumuzi yumise kungekho ozwi kungekho teaching kungekho background engithi engiphuma kuyona ukuthi lento mina isho ukuthini kumina lento ela enginayo kuyilulazi indoda nesithunzi sayo sehle nje siphele mhlambe siyibheke lo yonto okunye ngigcina ngokuthi kunalento sihlalo elokukhulunywa la eyokuthi abafundisi abahambe baye ezikoleni abahambe bayosebenza leyanto sihlalo ayinalo igama elithi how you are identifying the need kodwa how ukusuka nje la ngiyakuthi thisha omkhulu ngithi thisha omkhulu sengikhona ubani wena Mkhize hayi ngivela kwi-symposium yini yona leyo hayi ngizosiza abafana bengithi mina ake kube khona umhlangano ohlanganisa the intellectuals uhlanganise ama-course uhlanganise ama-councillor the political party uhlanganise the religious group ngoba sikuyimpi eyodwa singeze siyisektor eyodwa la ngoba uma siqhamuka la sizodivideka kanti silwa impi eyodwa kodwa kuma sectors noma kuma denominations esiqhamuka kuona educationally religiously asihlanganeni ngelinye ilanga isymposium yethu isihlanganise. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga Mumbo, siwelela ngaphesheya.
Bahlonishwa, all protocol observed. Izingcwethi esihleli nazo la ngifuna ukwandisa kulokhu okade kubekwa la kakhulukazi ekhulisweni kwabafana. Into engi experienceayo ngoba ngidila nabo bonke amantombazana nabafana uthando abangakaze balithole emakhaya abo. Okuyinto yokuqala okufanele i-addresse leyo. Eyesibili ukulungiselela ukuthomba komfana nokuthi uma sethombile esefundiswa ke inhlanzeko yakhe yomzimba to indlela yokushela okufanele sikubheke lokhu ukuthi kuqala kwakuyisiphi kwakuyiminyaka emingaki lokho namhlanje siyafunda abantu abethu bayafunda. So siyakhetharishela ekutheni ukushela ongena sidingo umfana akafunde njoba namantombazana sithi afunde futhi afundile siwaphethe ama virgins. Bekungakuhle ukuthi sesikwenzile sasabayilungu. Let us go back sithola ama values ethu African centered sisebenzisa ulimi lwethu lwebele ngoba ziyokuzwa lezo ngane. Kuyangidumaza kakhulu as much as singakushayela izandla kodwa why izingwevu zingafakwa ezinolwazi nezalikwazi zisekhona ifile zilahlelwe ngaphandle kodwa siyafisizwa. Bengajabulela ukuthi si African centerize ubuthina lezi zinto zogwemeka one way or another. Uyabona ukuthi uzogada ingane first year lapha nase crash badlalisana laba okokuqala nje kufanele addresswe ama families abazali benza sex phambi kwengane baba kuningi kuqala ekhaya but sometimes we jump guns sibona lokho okuphezulu sihluleke ibasic so bengingakujabulela mphathi ohlelo masidila nalezi zinto sesishayeke kakhulu silimele sisebenzisa ulimi lwethu lwesingisi kanti sabantu abamnyama ngempela sinendlela zethu zokuvikela isimo ukuthomba komfana umfana hamba ayemfuleni ayofakwa udaka lwenkalankala la lezo zinto zicritical kakhulukazi kuma rituals okumkhulisa ukwenza umhlonyana is not about girls only ucela abantu okungenani bayokwenza ama research kakhulukazi abayithandayo ngokukhulisa kwabengane incwadi nje ezilula inqolobane kusadliwe ngolidala nezinye ezabhalwa abantu abathanda ukuba amaZulu ngoba kuhlukana ama writers. There are those writers biased and prejudiced. Kube khona laba okuphuma ngaphakathi isizwe sabo as much as ayenziwe ama programs ake sehleleni ngenzansi ke sibuka ubulima bethu ukuthi ngeke busize bumonitheke ukuthi since saqala silaphi la ngoba amaningi ama projects enziwe maningi asazo establish kodwa iqiniso ukuthi iluphi ulimi olusetshenziswayo two lama morals esikhuluma ngawo awabani whose morals are we talking about are morals indigenous or ama morals nje abantu abavele ema ethnic groups abo ba happy ngoba akwenzeki okwenzeka kuthina thina silahle ukhiye ukuthi singobani sinazo zonke impendulo bengithi nje angigcizelele lapho ngikuzwile kwa arts and culture kodwa ngifuna ukugcizelela ukuthi sasicelile ukuthi uarts and culture no education imfundo yethu phela asingabali LO ngoba LO iphethe izinto zabanye abantu ngisho zonke izizwe ziqala sifunde ngobuzona ngisho nama holiday azo ziyazivala izikole nezingane zethu zivale singehona ezinye izizwe so kubaluleke ngendlela emangazayo ukuthi abantwana bethu sibanike uthando ilonto engingayitholanga amakhulunyu abafana balahliwe eSouth Africa emndenini abathandwa into yokuqala leyo kufanele siyenze ngesikhathi senza ama rituals ukuthi bayakhula imhlonyana kuza ama peer groups abo asethombile bajabula babona ukuthi no ngiyathandwa lekhaya nobaba vele nansi imbuzi anginendaba ukuthi uyakholelwa kuyona noma ukholelwa imbuzi yokumkhulisa ngoba lokho kune identity crisis phakathi kune identity crisis ebambekayo ukuthi kahle kahle kanti uma mangikhula ngizofundiswa lokhu nalokhu nakho ukushela lokuzalisa okungadingekile nazo kuningi esingakhuluma education ehlangene no culture kwi curriculum ngiyazi ukuthi it's a long journey ngoba ama curriculum akhiwa kude kodwa iqiniso lithi iSouth Africa izoba kwi renaissance nini ngoba yabasiza ko Italy ngizoma lapho kwamanje ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much. Isandla sesine udadewethu la.
Thokoza. Ngubingelela umhlangano umama uNgubane from Ugu district. Ngiyathokoza. Siyabonga kakhulu umhlangano esikuwona. Bengicela ukubuza lapha ku Department of Health njengabalaphi bendabuko ukuthi singasizakala kanjani thina njengabalaphi bendabuko ngoba kufumaniseka ukuba kukhona indawo la kufanele sikhe khona imithi esiyisebenzisayo uthola ukuthi asinawo ama permit ukuthi sizosebenza lapho sikwazi ukuthi silaphe njengoba silapha nje enye into futhi uthola ukuthi masisebenza lapho lwandle siba nenkinga futhi sicela uDepartment Health assist because we can run away from saying izangoma, but ekugcineni ebusuku niza kuthini. Siyacela ukuthi sizakale lapho entweni yasolwandle nalapha entweni yokuthi mesikha imithi singaphazamiseki ngoba sibelieve ekutheni le yamithi izihlahla lezi ezilapha ikhona into ekwazi ukuthi imsize umuntu ene-cancer akwazi ukuthi asizakale akwazi ukusizakala omunye imhlabelo nalezo zinto but siyaphazamiseka bese kuzothi nezindlu ke ngoba kunabantwana uthola ukuthi abekho protected bayashawa emphakathini but thina njengezangoma nabafundisi asikwazi ukuthi sibalahlelele ngoba thina siyabona ukuthi umoya engcwele uyabakhombisa abafundisi ukuthi yini inkinga yalengane ikwazi ukuthi akhulekele nathi njengezangoma liyakhuluma idlozi ukuthi cha umgcine lo mntwana ukwazi ukuthi umsize lapha nalapha ya but ke izindlu zokubahlalisa sisizakala kanjani emabandleni siphinde sisizakala kanjani esigodlweni ngoba phela niyakhumbula ukuthi sinaboguqa esebenzisa bona nezinye izindlu zamathwasa but laba sort of like i-counseling nanokuthi sicishe sifane nabantu abenza ama-rehab besicela ukuthi u-Department of Health nenhlangano ke isibhekele lapho njengamabandla nasesigodlweni zethu siyathokoza.
Asibonge kakhulu. Ngifisa sibuyele ke respond kwembuzweni esibe nayo. Ngiyacela ukusiqale ihhovisi likaNdunankulu bese sigcina ngosomlomo ngoba naye kukhona okuthinte her presentation. Ngiyacela sisondele ke Mam Ngomezulu no Sobethu. While beseza ngaphambili ngiyafisa nje ukusho ukuthi akhona amalunga amanye esishayamthetho asijoyinile siqhubeka neprogram. Nginothisile ukuthi ukhona uHonorable Xulu acknowledge umtimando ukuthi besaphumele njengalesa sikhathi but also no Honorable Mtshali ngimbonile ekhona. Uma kukhona ke mhlambe also omithekile ngiyofisa ukuxolisa mhlambe ngizophinde ngiyithole the update of ama members that have since joined us. Asicele ke uMadlakadla a respond.
Siyabonga hlalo sibonge kakhulu nembuzo. Eminye imibuzo hlalo ibhekiswe eminyangeni kahulumeni ekhona phakathi kwethu la. Mhlambe wokuqala nje lo bokadubuzwa ubaba uMango ubaba uBishop ubadebuza ngendaba yama male clinics noma ezomtholampilo ukuthi abantu besilisa bahandlishwa kanjani amanesi. Mhlambe lo mbuzo loyo ukhona umnyango wezempilo khona phakathi kwethu kepha futhi siyazi ukuthi in our province sinawo ama male friendly clinics awu 29 khona la ngaphakathi kwiprovince yethu yaKwaZulu-Natal kepha uHoji usengasinabela ke futhi nanokuthi iziphi ezinye inhlelo esinazo kepha futhi kufanele sikhumbule futhi noma ngabe kuthiwa siyaya emtholampilo kuzokwenzeka vele ukuthi mangabe usesibhedlela kugcine ususizwa noma owesifazane noma owesilisa but amanesi siyawaqeqesha ekutheni abe nokuzwelana noku-understand ukuthi umzimba womuntu umanejwa kanjani uthintwa kanjani ngesizotha. Siyaba njengoba sisho nje sinawo ama-male friendly clinics awu 29 right now esifundazweni saKwaZulu-Natal. Bese kuthi leya mbuzo lo obukade ukukhuluma ngokubambisana futhi nomnyango wezempilo kubalaphi bendabuko niyacabanga futhi na ukuthi ezempilo bazokwazi ukuthi bawukhave futhi nalowo owethu nje kakhulukazi lo ukuthi uma ngabe lawo ma-partnerships esenzeka njengemnyango obhekelele ukuxhumanisa i-coordination sizobe sesiyahlangana-ke thina si-office la-Premier siqinisekise ukuthi leyo partnership phakathi kwabalaphi bendabuko nohulumeni kuyenzeka bese siyakwazi ukubuyisa umbiko kuyo le symposium ukuthi kwenzeke kanjani kube impumelelo yini na. Ngizomdedela ubaba uBiyela ukuthi asiphendule kuleya mbuzo obukade ubhekiswe umnyango wakaChoctar mayelana nama-sharplays akhona kuma-districts ethu. Umbuzo ubuza ukuthi engazuthi there's a phasing out of ama-sharplays, and I think uKhokta is here, but also Babiyela, that was part of the presentation, ukuthi no, indeed we see them as an important structure in our districts. And I think there is a plan in place to make sure ukuthi there is a continuation. But Mr. Biela, can you please take us through that one? I think those are the questions that were asked, and some of them sounded like resolutions that can be taken in our symposium. Thank you very much.
Program Director, nabahlonishwa bonke, nama delegates, angenibingelele. Umbuzo obuziwe ukuthi the how part ukuthi abafundisi baya kanjani ezilokhuzeni ezikoleni, leyo part izange izibalulwe kuma responses akade ebekwe ama government departments, especially Department of Education kade responder. Sizothike leyo it was an omission that needed to be addressed. Kodwa asikwazi ukuyi-addressa manje in this meeting. We need to go back, have a meeting with them and sit down and check and pave the way ukuthi how do we okokuqala nje sikhuluma ngokuthi kube nama-structures. Uma ngabe ama-structures engekho ngeke uqinisile ubaba ukuthi an individual can't just go to any nearby school athi sengifikile ngizosebenza. Kufanele kube ne-form of recognition, ne-form of identification, kube nama-structures ahamba kuma-districts, ahamba kuma-locals, aye kuma-war rooms. In that manner, it will be easy ukuthi umuntu okwi-war room ise-wardini, iy'kole zonke ise-wardini, lo muntu uyazi ukuthi usebenza khona. But we will work towards that. Ukuqhamuka kwemibuzo kanjena kuyasicija ukuthi siphindele emuva siyolungisa, sivale izikhala lezi kade zisele. Okwesibili, udokotela uNgobese ubekhuluma ngabafana, ukukhuliswa kwabafana. Kulezi zinhlelo ezikhona umnyango lo waka Department of Social Development uyahlanganisa kakhulu i-program yakhe yama families, ayihlanganise ne-program yabafana. Kodwa kukhona le party udokotela uNgobese athe isilele yokuthi sifake izingwevu zethu, sifake futhi nabaholi bendabuko. Cishe ubonabo futhi abalaphi bendabuko sihlanganyele ndawonye ekuthini abafana ngaphandle nje kokuthi sikhuluma ngo-behavioral change, yini enye-ke ebalungela abafana esingayenza. Siyabonga kakhulu Dr. uNgobese ukuthi usilekelele lapho. Sesizothi-ke enhlelweni-ke zaka-Department of Health, zikhosomba lamajiti, zaka-Department of Social Development, Boys Assembly, Men Care, bani wonke lama programs zaka-DST, zaka-Cocktail Lwaluko nobani, senze isiqiniseko sokuthi zonke inhlaka ziyasondela ukuze lezi ngxenye ezingabalekanga zokulungiswa kwabafana ziyalunga. Even emasontweni kwesinye isikhathi abathathwa bodwa nje abafana, bathathwa abanye kuthiwa bano-children ministry kwamanye amasonto, amabandla, abanye kuvele kuthiwe nje kuno-Sunday school, akuthathwa nje abafana bodwa beyiqeqebani babekwe laphaya kukhulunywe nabo. Sisazoke sibheke ukuthi uMama uNyandeni yini esingayenza sinaye as ihhovisi lakaNdinankulu ukubheka ukuthi amabandla ayasondezwa ndawonye ukuze le ndaba lena yokusizwa kwabafana bafundiswe nokunikezwa ukuxhunyaniswa kwemindeni, banikezwe uthando emakhaya. Uqinisile impela abaningi abazali la abazi ukuthi intombazane ilala ngaphakathi kodwa umfana ulala ngaphandle, futhi akaziwa ukuthi endlini alala kuyona kukhonani kunjani. kodwa intombazane iyaziwa. Uma ngase kubhekwe leyo nto asondezwe eduze anikeze uthando kwifamily iqala bese ke eyonikeza uthando ngaphandle kungahamba kahle. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi nalapho sizobuyela emuva siyovala izikhala enhlelweni zethu esizenzayo ukuthi sithole okusha kunje sikufake enhlelweni ezivele ezikhona. Ngiyabonga.
Sicela uSomlomo.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Kunemibuzo nemibini athi sihlalo angidlule kuyo kodwa ngeke ngingadluli kulo kamfundisi lo wokusokwa ngonesi besifazana ukuthi bavele banidumele bathinta into enamandla. Mina ngizokhuluma ngaloku kwe-Constitution yase South Africa kokuthi yebo kune-friendly clinic yama-males. Leya clinic yakhelwa isikhathi esiningi ukuthi nina manigula niyi emakliniki. Kuthiwe komem makuthiwa mabeze nobaba ningamlethi ningavumi ukuya. Yinga ku-Department of Health ethi yizana enzele banibone bakunahlazo. Enye yento edala ningaye emakliniki bo baba. Nicabanga ukuthi ubudokotela bunesifazane bunesilisa. Nibona umuntu wesilisa nomuntu wesifazane kudokotela. Yilento ke nasesontweni sibiye sibone umuntu wesilisa nowesifazane kumfundisi. Mina ke ngikhuluma nje ngeConstitution. Now ngesintu ngiyazi ukuthi omama baxukuzayo ngesikhathi sasaxukuzwa lengakithi engolweni sisinomagugu kwaxukuzwe thuvukezi kwakuwomama. Yingakho bebizwa nge-midwives. Kodwa ngoba phela inkolo yethu sasesiyifaka nakwidemocracy. Ngiya kwi-gynecologist mina udokotela obhekele nje ukukhula kwabantu besifazane. Ayiyi indoda lapha yana. Bonke odokotela bama-gynecologist abesilisa. Kodwa ngeni nendoda lapha yana ngingena nodokotela. Mina ngiyacela ukuthi mase sisuka kwi-InterFaith silishumayele leli vangeli lokuthi ebantwaneni bethu besilisa eklinika bangeni nonesi wesifazane bangena nonesi. Abangeni nodokotela wesilisa nendoda bangena nodokotela. Uma ku-Department of Health kodwa kwenza lokhu kokuthi phambi kokuthi usokwe ungafundiswa. Kofuneka kulungiswe sithole indawo. Kodwa ngebhadi sekumane ama-program e-Department of Health ebengikuwona lapho bekusokwa khona. Eyokuqala ngangisafika uba uSpeaker yayilapha eThekwini ngasemva kwase-ICI Exhibition Center. Babefundiswa. Futhi babefundiswa onesi. Abiye bosokwa onesi. Osister no brothers ose babe honest babefundiswa bayafika umnyango uma sikhona kodwa ikomiti la kwa health lizoyibheka ukuthi kukhona nongafundiseki kodwa mina engicelayo asazi ukuthi eclinic kukho isisebenzi nomniki wempilo akekho wesifazana akekho wesilisa kodwa ke mase sisekhaya siyohlukuzwa sihlukuzwa ogogo nomama. Xa siyophuphutisa izingane ziyophuphutwa futhi ogogo nomama. Sikwazi ukuhlukanisa. Kodwa lapha eclinic there are nurses and doctors, healthcare workers, full stop. Yilo lokho ke mina bengithi angidlule kukona. Ngoba izothayisela kuloko okulandelayo kuumbuzo. Yilento ezodala ukuthi i-InterFaith Symposium ngeke sihambe siyonihlanganisela abantu lapha nisuka khona. Ngeke sikwenze. Sithi siyobambeni interfaith silanda bonke silanda othisha ngoba kuseyona interfaith. Ithikithi lokuba la ukuthi unomsebenzi owenzayo lapho usuka khona. Yingakho uwumholi. Nizothekelana ulwazi nibe nama standards enu eprovince. Angacaluli. Lana siyathekelana ke. Sibe sesithi lapho sinqanyulwa khona ngumthetho siwenza ukuthi uhambe kakhulu. For instance, emasontweni niyazenza into zo HIV. Mina ngeke ngimenywe emasontweni kuyokhulunywa ngokuvikelwa kwe-HIV. Ndike ngimenywe niyokhuluma nge-gender based violence. Ngiyababona nje abanye bake bangimemelana. So that is the work yenu ye-interfaith ye-contribution. Kodwa futhi okunye ngiyazi ukuthi ngoJune laphayana eHopewell kuyahlanganwa. Ngiyazi ukuthi makusentabeni laphayana Dr. Mvubu kukhona nenye into yokufundisa nokukhulisa imindeni eyenziwayo. So uma kungumshumayeli uyayithatha ugoduke nayo uye ngakini. That is what we want from you. We don't want to imprison you so that your beliefs are controlled by us. Go and do work where you come from, but within the structures. Ngoba phela bazuzela isonto elilodwa. Angazi mina ukuthi lapha eSambulo uma kukhona lento ibishiwo ngumenziwe esuka la nethi ukhona children's ministry. Miss noma uthisha we Sunday school khona uyifundisa kanjani iboy child lapha eSambulo. Njengoba lapha ya uDr Ngobese bekhuluma ngokuthi bafundisa ingane yomfana uthando into engenayo. Those are the things that we are requesting you to do. Now the last one ngeke befuna ngiyikhuluma ile ukuthi ibe i-resolution yenu. No. Let me also first remind you, this issue of land that I was speaking about is an old resolution. It's an old resolution yokuthi nifuna umhlaba. Ukuthi thina sasicabanga ukuthi ngempela nizophinda nizi-interfaith niyokhuluma nomasipala benu. We are now just assisting you because bakhona abantu abamele inhlangano yomasipala. But what you resolve will still be up to you. Ngoba noma seniresolvile, uma niresolva, yinini kufuneka kusuke nina la niyokhuluma noSalga. Kodwa thina siyakwazi ukubacela ozakwethu ukuthi sikhulumeleni ngoba ikhona le resolution. Angithi niyawafuna amasonto, izakhiwo zamasonto. Aninayo futhi imali yokuthenga umhlaba ngoba umhlaba kwamasipala uyadayisa. Abanye komasipala babo bagcina benzelwe i-discount ngoba istructures zabo ze-interfaith zikhulumile ukuthi ngesibe nayo 800,000. Sinikeni ke 200,000 njengoba ninika i-non-profit organizations. So uma ningakwazi ukukwenza nina ku-structure senu, mhlawumbe ningakwenza ukuyokukhuluma at a level of the province neSalga. Kodwa futhi ukuthi kukhona omasipala abangenawo umhlaba. Yabona nje ngenzeka umasipala waseMzumbe engiwaziyo. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi nalapha eNquthu umhlaba awukho kakhulu kumasipala. Kukhona umhlaba wamakhosi. So nizobe kufanele kukhulunywe namakhosi. But ngoba thina siwamemile uSalga lana, important for me to ask them to join in and assist the resolutions zenu ukuthi zenzeke. It's up to you what you resolve. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu ngezimpendulo. Kodwa ngoba vele umcimbi olokhu uqhubeka sizolokhu sikhulisana sibonisana siya phambili. Angicele ke singene kwi sector dialogue, the interfaith sector dialogue. Ngicela ukuthi sibize ngokulandelana leadership yama districts bese uma sesiqedile sithi ukuthenga isikhathi eHerigwala sizoba no baba uMzinyathi Reverend Mzinyathi uyena ozoqala kulandele iLembe as number 2 number 3 iTheku number 4 it's uMzinyathi district number 5 uKing Cetshwayo number 6 uMgungundlovu number 7 uGu number 8 uMkhanyakude number 9 iZululand number 10 Amajuba. Lastly it will be the host district municipality district rather uThukela asitetele mhlambe sengilibala kodwa bayazazi it will be ubaba uMzinyathi uReverend Nxumalo waseLembe ubaba uBishop uJali waseThekwini uMzinyathi uApostle Nala eKing Cetshwayo uShenge uMgungundlovu uMkazi uReverend Angazi uGu Archbishop uNgqamu uMkhanyakude uReverend uNhleko Amajuba uZululand uBishop Mayisela Amajuba uMangethe then lastly uPastor Maphalala of uThukela. Ngicela silandelane in that order.
Ngiyabonga usihlalo, ngibonge abahlonishwa bonke abala, ngibonge iminyango yahlukene khona esihambele, ngibonge abefundisi noBishop ogogo nabezwi lakwaNtu abenkolo yesintu. Bafowethu ngime la ukuzothula sethulo se-district ebizwa ngokuthi iHerigwala. Kwabangamazi ke uHerigwala uhlanganisa laba omasipala iKokstad, iNkosazana Dlamini Zuma, iXhobo kanye noMzimkhulu. Sile district sibe amasuka amuva ukuphakamela lesisimo sokucija iboy child ekwazini ukuqala nje umuntu yena ukuthi uziphatha kanjani, okwesibili ukuthi uinteracta kanjani nomuntu wesifazane. Sase sithi asilinde kuvalwe izikole kunyaka odlule. Kuthe makuvalwe izikole kunyaka odlule sahamba sayokhuleka ebandleni lamaweseli ukuba basinike inkundla la sizoqoqa khona bonke abantwana babafana okusukela kweminyaka ewu13 kuya kweminyaka ewu18 sizoxoxisana nabo ngalesi simo esikhona, kakhulukazi sibhekise kwi-gender based violence ukuthi bangakheka kanjani labantwana. Sase sicela kubazali ngoba ngeke nje uvele uqoqa ingane ungakhulumanga nomzali ukuthi abazali bakhulula abantwana ukuthi beze kule nkundla esesiphiwe ibandla lamaweseli ukuthi sizohlanganisa abantwana. Sifisa ukusho ukuthi abazali nemiphakathi esiyakhele kulezi ndawo bayithakasela lento, babakhulula abantwana baphuma ngobuningi ukuthi sizoxoxisana nabo. Ekuthe mase sixoxisene nabo kwavela igama elithi makwakhiwe inkundla la bezoya khona bayotrainwa ke manje kuloko kuziphatha besaqoqa nje ekuqaleni sekufuneka itraining. Sase sibaqoqa abantwana sabayisa eMaritzburg la abaye bafika khona bathola itraining yokuthi kufanele benze njani. Mase bekule training baye bakhuthazwa ukuthi mabebuyele emakhaya mabafike emakhaya ke bese beqoqa ontanga babo nalabo abangaphansi kwabo ukuthi beze bazofunda ukuthi bona bahambe bafike bafunda batholani bese beyiletha kontanga kwawo lokuthiwa i-peer group ngoba ongathi mabekhuluma nontanga ibona bazobezwa kahle noma bekhuluma nami njenganomuntu omdala bazosaba ukubhekisa eminye imibuzo eqondene nabo njenganontanga kanti mabekhuluma nabantu abangontanga babo kuzoba lula ukuthi lezi zinto bazikhuluma. Sesikwenzile lokho sase siba nomunye umcabango oke wavela la ukuthi masiye ezikolweni siyoncenga ama-school governing bodies ukuba asidedele ukuba sifike sidlulise le nkonzo sidlulise lesi sifundo sokufundisa abantwana ngokuba impi esibhekene nayo iyimpi enkulu kakhulu angeke sikwazi ukuyiphatha sisodwa futhi ngeke sithi sizoyiphatha emabandleni ngokwahlukana nasezikoleni kunabantu abangayi emabandleni kodwa ezikoleni singakwazi ukuba sifinyelele kubona asiceleke ukuthola lelo thuba lokuthi siye nasezikoleni besingakayi ke ezikoleni kodwa ikhona leyo nto yokuthi kufanele masiye ezikolweni siyokhuluma nemikhandlu yezikole ukuba isinikeze ithuba lokuyokhuluma le ntshumayelo yokuziphatha kwabafana singabhekisi nje kuphela kwi-gender based violence kodwa siyazi ukuthi ezikolweni abantwana bethu baphatha izikhali bayagwazana uzokuthiwa esikoleni kugwazene kwafa ezikoleni kuthengiswa izidakamizwa yonke lento ifuna thina singabantu bezenkolo ukuthi siyothi bantwana bethu masila ezikoleni uthisha umzali kufanele ahlonishwe uthisha angaphathelwa isikhali kungaba ummese kungaba isibhamu makangabulawa isikole masingabi inkundla yokuthengisa izidakamizwa kulinyazwe ikusasa labantwana bethu isikole indawo yokufunda mabafunda abantwana ukuze kwakheke isizwe esitholile ukukhanyiseleka nesizwe esifuna ukuthi sikhule njenganezinhlanga labantu abampisholo singabukelwa phansi ezinye izinhlanga ngoba ezinye izinhlanga zona silibele thina ukudakwamizwa thina silibele ukuphuza ziyaqhubeka ziyaphambili zizokusibusa singayindawo sokwamanje ke sahambe safika la kusekuningi esifisa ukwenza kepha ngenxa yokuthi sisuke emuva lento siqale ngoDisemba sihambe sazothi ga kulokho esengeke ngikubale phakathi kwenu ngiyabonga sihlalo.
Chairperson usomlomo kanye nezicukuthwane ezingaphambili ama delegates nomphakathi nabo bonke abafundisi abakhona yanibingelela egameni lenkosi yethu Jesu kuzoba kufushane nimele lapha idistrict iLembe kwi-district iLembe sike sahlanganisa abafana ababengaphezulu ka-50 sibahlanganisele esontweni lase-Truvine silekelelwa kakhulu uBishop uBhekimpi kanye ne-department uDSD ukufundisa abafana nokuxoxa nabo maqondana nokuyiphatha nazo zonke izinkinga ezihlasela abafana sibone kulekelela kakhulu ngoba kukhona omunye umhlangano ogcina ususeThekwini idistrict iLembe ikhipha abafana ababili ababemele idistrict kuvulwa izikole sihambele izikole ezingaphezulu ka20 si njengoba de esho uza kwethu osuka la phambili kuyokhuluma nabafundi noma ke bese sihlanganisile singabhekile kubafana bodwa kodwa sibheke kumantombazana abafana sibapha izwi likaNkuluNkulu sikhuthaza nothisha kuma challenges ababhekene nabo njengoba befundisa abantwana bethu sibone kuthela izithelo kukhona ezinye izikole ezibuye zas-invite ingane ezihayiza ngenxa yokuthi bese siyivezile ukuthi sikhona sisebenza kanye nabantwana bethu siphinde futhi uqalwa lonyaka sahambela imikhandlu yamakhosi kodwa ikakhulu lawa akhele ikwaDukuza ukwakha ubudlelwane ukuze sikwazi ukusebenzisana kanye nawo silethela futhi nondaba ezitha umthandazo siphinde futhi sahambela osopolitiki kakhulu imeya yakwaDukuza sibalethela umthandazo yona kwi-district akhona ama-challenges esinawo okuyisukumisa nje kahle i-InterFaith ime ngomumo okunye okuba ama-challenges sithi uma siza la symposium uthola ukuthi laba abezinye inhlanga ababisaphakama mhlasimbe ngenxa ye-transport esuke sihamba ngayo ngoba kusekhona lokho ukungathembani ngasho njalo ukuthi ukungathembani ukuthi ama-delegates uma ewu-10 sambe mhlasimbe ngemoto eyodwa kuba khona lawo ma-challenges nakho-ke kuba nzima ukusuka ekhumbini nomlungu usuka naye elembeni uza naye la egibela ikhumbi nesulumane ligibela ikhumbi kuba nzima ukusuka nesulumane le kwaDukuza liza la uthukela I think akhona lawo ma-challenges esibona ukuthi sibhekene nawo kungewona amasulumane kuphela namandiya futhi ngokunjalo siyacabanga ukuthi isishayamthetho I think ukuthi lilento ethinta i-transport kuyofanele sambe sibuke nathi siye siphatheke kabi-ke sesishayeka sesila kube sengathi sisebenza ngokohlanga oluthile kanti okunye siyathanda nathi ukuza siyixubile inhlanga kodwa ilokho nje engikuphakamisayo ukuthi thina njengenhlanga ezahlukene sisenakho kwesabana sisenakho ukungathembani sisenakho ukungezwani kahle hle siyethemba ukuthi uma kuqhutshekwa kuyaphambili because ngijabulile kakhulu uma ngizwa usomlomo eyiphakamisa le ngacabanga ukuthi kule symposium ezayo sonke sizoza ngezimoto zethu ukuze kube lula ukuza la kwi-symposium amen.
Bengishilo ukuthi mina ngeke ngisasukuma ukuzama ukubamba isikhathi ngicela ngisize ngokwey'namba zenu.
Ngiyabingelela sihlalo hlonishwa umama uZulu mama uBoyce speaker awuholi bonke obukhona mama Mavimbela siyathoba kakhulu bingelela abaholi esinabo nomphakathi okhona abasendaweni yasothukela ngumfundisi uZiningi Jali ngimele eThekwini district miningi ke imisebenzi esiyenzile ngokulekelelwa njalo yiyo le symposium esithi masihlangene la bese sithatha umphako sihambe siyo implementa where we coming from okunye ke kwezinto ebesizenzile our goals for 2023 bekuwukuthi sibe nama workshop for ubuholi be-InterFaith eThekwini bubonke in dealing with social ills and the plight against the GBV. Okunye kwakho-ke esesizokwenza manje ikona ke lokhu ekuphume kwaba yitheme kule symposium ukwenza sure ukuthi nabafana bethu they are groomed. Okunye ke lokho ebesingakunakanga kodwa futhi besiba involved ngokwemen's sector ngoba ukhona lapho uBishop Mchunu ohola men's sector. Kodwa manje sesoyasiya ngokuya siba involved nathi as ubuholi bakalizwi ekutheni emasontweni silishumayele leli ivangeli lokuqeqesha abafana ukuba babe ngabaholi. IeThekwini Interfaith ke it has also availed itself in sitting in the meetings of District 8 Council where we have a civil society where we've driven successful programs such as World AIDS Day ebikhona laphaya endaweni yaseNanda. Kuningi nje nokunye okumaqondana nokuqwashisa abantu ngokuthatha imishanguzo nokuzinakekela ngoba siya understand inhloso kahulumeni ukuthi igcewa isandwelela gcewani ngculaza lingabe lisanda instead kuye ngokuthi alisekho detectable emzimbeni yabantu. So si involved ke nakuleyo nalawo ma campaigns anjenganalawo as umkhandlu weTheku. Okunye futhi sibe involved kona kakhulu is TB awareness campaigns ebesiwenza sihlangene na District 8 Council iholwa uyena uChampion Chair ubaba uMeya ubaba uKhawunda ebambisene noNzimande. So ke we were successful in doing that because we also understand the vision ukuthi abantu baqhubeke bathathe imishanguza eqondene neTB ukuze ingaspread kalula. Okunye ke okwenziwe ubuholi bendabuko ngihamba naye lapho uDr Nkomo Deputy Chairperson weThekwini Interfaith Desk esinayo ngoba okunye abaholi bayafinyelela ngokohlelo lwezenkolo yabo ukuhambela usasa behambe befundisa abantu bebanikeza imfundiso in terms of ukunakekela abadala, in terms of ukuthatha ama-ID nokubaluleka kokuthatha izinto ezifanelekile ukuze bakwazi abantwana ukuqhubeka ba-apply benze nezinto ekufanele bazenze. Ngingathi nje ezinye zezinto ezibalulekile ezizenzile ebesiyiphethe njenge-mandate siyinikezwe umkhandlu weTheku kwi-office likaMeya ukuhlanzeka kweTheku engikholwa ukuthi sibe successfully ke lapho ngoba siye sabambisana nomnyango waka-DSW ekutheni amahlelo amabandla abe involved ekutheni iTheku liyahlanzeka. So kuyasiza ke baholi ukuthi as much as singama-structures e-interfaith but sisebenzisana nawo wonke ama-departments kwenza ukuthi kungabhekwa kumnyango owodwa owamasipala kodwa kube ukuthi ezinye izinsiza ziqhamuka kwamanye ama-departments. Ilokho nje engingakusho. Ngiyabonga.
Mzinyathi. Sicele elandelayo King Cetshwayo. Ngiyaxolisa nje ngibe ngisakhona phambi kwakho. Ubuye ngathi Mzinyathi usumile bona.
Umphathi wohlelo Hlonishwa Makeba ngicela ukuthi nje all protocol observed ngenxa yesikhathi ngiyubheki wakwabuthelezi ngivela laphana esifundeni senkosi uCetshwayo King Cetshwayo. iKing Cetshwayo yakhiwe omasipala abawu5 yakhiwe iMfolozi, uMhlathuze, iNkandla, uMthonjaneni kanye noMlalazi. Those are the municipalities that forms iKing Cetshwayo. I've just there are a few things that we have managed to do and participate in. Firstly, okokuqala sinama school visits esiwenza on weekly basis because we discovered after we spoke about it we InterFaith Symposium we started to implement. Sihambela ke on weekly basis. What we have picked up ukuthi akugcina kusiza abafundi, ugcina sekusiza nothisha akubona bodwa abantwana abanenkinga mhlambe yama drugs no teacher, they are demoralized. Abanye uyezwa umuxoxa nabo ukuthi bafisa ngisho ukuthola omunye umsebenzi if ithuba belingaba khona. So we end up helping all those people ukubelekelela morally abafundi kanye nothisha beside nje inkinga ke serious esibhekene nayo yama drugs. Okwesibili sibe ne boys camp usekwasho omunye la sibambisene no Bishop uBhekimpi umchunu ngoOctober. What was very much partnership that we have Department or UDSD or Department of Social Development. We did not end there. There is a continuous relationship now where we are sitting as DSD in to look at the issues on our own and to ensure that our programs like Swenzayo, especially athinta abantwana besilisa siyaqhubeka nawo siyawenza ngoba sinalenkinga ye ongoing gender based violence namhlanje, and itheme yanamhlanje ikufaka konke ngempela ngoba sikhulisa laba abafana ubani baba abaholi abazoselekelela ubani sibuyisele isithunzi somuntu wesifazane. So ke lama programs ke ayaselekelela kakhulu. Okwesithathu we have managed to mobilize churches during our floods. We were involved size sakapakela naseThekwini through KZNCC kunokunye sakushare sathi asingadli sodwa kodwa asikwazi ukuthi sihlephulela nabanye abafowethu nodadewethu. I was so humbled program director ukuthi ngenkathi senza lokhu ngoba ngempela okunye sicabanga ukuthi ugovernment unemali uzosiza, okunye uthola ukuthi ma kunesidingo usizo liyaqhamuka nakubantu. Ngikusho lokhu ngoba khona elinye ibandla engathi mangilithinta nje ngithinta umongameli wakhona ngimchazela ngesimo ngisibonile ngamehlo ami. Lelo bandla they spend $500,000 ukusiza nje ama flood victims. Even their bishop from overseas, he flew to South Africa bazobambisana ne-leadership la elunganeni through ukubacela nje ubabekela isithombe and benza izimangaliso ezinkulu. Okwesine sibe in partnership with uKZNCC la khona besiprovide khona i-trauma counseling for church leaders okusisize kakhulu because kuningi okwenzakala lesikhathi abantu kulesikhathi uma abafundisi benaka bane depression ongakazi uyibona. Anganoma emabandleni nanikubonini. Mina I've visited people bami ngithola ukuthi banenkinga i-depression. Izimo eziningi ke musuthi uxoxa nabo bese uyathola. So kusizile ukuthi train abafundisi. Sikwazi ukutrain abafundisi abawu 240 ngalawo ma resources amancane esasinawo. Siyafisa ukuphinda futhi siqhubeke sibelekelele ngoba bayafisa ukuthi baqhubeke nolwazi. Okwesi5 ukuparticipate kwabafundisi okusijabulisayo kuma war rooms. Kodwa ke lapho sihlalo angisho nje ukuthi sisaphumelele ukubabona kahle endaweni yaseMthonjaneni naseMhlathuze. Sisalandela ke kwamanye ama local municipalities. Kodwa we are happy ukuthi at least kukhona abanye asebe understanda and ngajabula kabi ngifica ukuthi eMthonjaneni eMthonjaneni enomhlathuze uchairperson eMthonjaneni umfundisi we-civil society, eMhlathuze u-deputy chair we-civil society umfundisi. So ikhona le participation until abantu baze babona ba-attenda lama meetings ukuthi no abafundisi kukhona esingabafaka kukho sibona ukuthi banomthelela omuhle kukho kule mihlangano esinayo. Okwesithupha ama prayers e-InterFaith sibe nemkhuleko yokuphela konyaka ngenxa yeingozi ezibakhona no create i-awareness about i-road safety. Siparticipate kakhulu safaka isandla esikhulu nama resources ethu ngoba sitravela ngopetrol wethu asitholi indawo la khona esupportwa khona. Nasekuqaleni konyaka ukuvakashela izikole kanye nokukhulekela nje ukuqala konyaka sibe nayo imikhuleko enjengaleyo sibe nawo kakhulu uNkulunkulu wasiza. Okwesikhombisa sibe ne men's get together la khona sasibize nje sanje endaweni yenkosi sacela nje amadoda ngamangala amadoda ukuthi ayaresponda maybe mase siwabizile ke sakwazi ukuthi sixoxe nawo izinto eziningi. It's where we picked up ukuthi they are aware ngendaba ye gender based violence, and manje we are working together ukuyishintsha lento yokuthi siyiqede lento yokuthi kube nokuhlukumezana ngokomndeni. We spend some resources lapho sasopheka inhloko sosenenyama kumnandi amadoda, then bakhuluma kuze kube manje basafuna ukuthi siqhubeke sine planning ukuthi siqhubeke nakulonyaka sibabize ndawonye sibe nayo lama dialogue namadoda sikhulume nawo. Okwesishiyagalombili 8 we participated with South African Armed Forces Day ebingu February 19 kuolonyaka ibandla laphana e-University of Zululand. Our role as InterFaith was to coordinate the prayer part of it. Okuningi kwakungokwamasonto imviliyelo yawo, kodwa we were part of that, and we were successfully mobilized. The Hindu faith, Muslim, Amanazaretha, kanye nama-Christians, they participated even in that prayer, and it was a big thing kakhulu. Okwesishiyagalolunye 9, the interfaith leaders, participation yabo, okay, bese ngibalile le ababamba iqhaza kwi-civil society, and also kwi-district AIDS council siyahlala nabafundisi lapho at a district level. I'm so excited about it, and we also report about the activities that are in line with our goals la esinawo. Okugcina ncike isihlalo ngifisa lena ukuthi ngithi abantu bezenkolo, they are really essential workers. Ayikho into yababuhlungu njengokuthi siboshwe ngesikhathi se-COVID ngoba kuthiwa uma sithola last drive, kanti we were getting calls. Mina I've sat with families where we were planning imingcwabo ingekho into ozoyenza, but on the road uboshwe uboshele ukuthi uphume ekhaya ngesikhathi se-lockdown. So ke siyathanda ukugcizelela ukuthi akusinke kubo bonke abantu ukuthi pastors are essential workers. Uma kufika leso sikhathi kwenziwa i-declaration noma ngabe ye-lockdown mayophinda ibuye, let us exclude pastors bafana namanesi. Angibonge bahlobo bami.
Ake sibingelele umoya ingcwele egameni lika Jesu Kristu, amen. Ngibingelele kubaholi bonke abakhona ngokwezihlalo zabo ngokwesikhathi kuthiwe all protocol observed. Okhulumayo uReverend Thembi Nkosi Ntshangase indodana yaseSiyoni. Siwumgungundlovu district municipality singamelwe omasipala abayisikhombisa. Kulabo masipala abayisikhombisa uMshwathi, uMsunduzi, Impendle, Richmond, uMkhambathi, uMngeni, Impofana. Kulabo uhlelo esinalo siyahlangana kathathu ngonyaka ngalo kulabo masipala ukuthi sixoxe izinto ezikhona nezinkinga esinazo komasipala. Okubalulekile kuko konke ngifuna ukuthi ngidlule kukona ukuthi into yokuqala esathi fanele siqale ngayo ukuthi siyenze ukuthi sibe nobumbano, sibe neunity thina sisodwa, ngoba inhlanga ezikhona inkololo ezikhona zu13. So ukuze zonke lezi zo13 zikwazi ukuthi zihlaleleke zibe nabameli bazo, kumele ukuthi kulabo masipala abawu7 bakwazi ukuthi bahlale phansi nabo, kuxoxiswane nabo, kubhekwe okubalulekile, ngoba okubaluleke kakhulu ukuthi sihlala kumahhode sikuwona nomasipala esikubona yini esiyenzayo thina singabaholi bezenkolo ukuba silekelele kuhulumeni wethu, ngoba into ebalulekile ukuthi ithina qobo lwethu ohulumeni bona sibakhethwa yithina, ngakho kudinga ukuthi thina sibalekelele. Ezinye zezinto ezisihlanganisayo ukuthi sixoxisane nazo esibambelele ekutheni ke we are working hand in glove with the mayor, the district mayor and the local mayor and the chief whip no speaker. Sike sicele ko speaker ukuthi basihlanganisele abefundisi kulezo indawo. Nazi ke izinto ezibalulekile esihlale kuzona kusukela ngo20 19 kuze kufike u2022 sisaqhubeka nazo. Sibe nenkinga yokuthi masingena komasipala siyavaleleka singabaholi bezenkolo. Sakwazi ukuthi siyilwe leyo nto sifohle ngoba into ebalekile ukuthi ufohle ukuze uthole into oyidingayo. Besifohla ke even nase officeini la kwaPrima nase officeini leka speaker besike singene singqongqoze sivuleleke. Ingakho namhlanje sila izinto esakhuluma ngazo ezibalekile okokuqala sathi we need to remind ourselves and understand the original mandate of InterFaith and ukuthi why this InterFaith was formed. Yafomwa nini hobani and sikhumbula ukuthi even organizations akhona ngeke ngizisho ngamagama but inhlangano zonke ezikhona zinabaholi abazifomayo bezenkolo namakhosi kodwa manje akusekho ukubambisana nabo nokusebenzisana nabo. Ngizolinganisa nje ngithi njengokuthi KwaZuluNatal kunalento ebizwa ngokuthiwa the trial of the KZN eyakwahlangana khona uJohn Langalibalele Dube uMahatma Gandhi kwaUIsaiah Shembe. Labo bantu kuyibona abahlangana ukuze sifike la sifike. Ngikho okwesibili ukuthi endaweni esihlala kusona saba nento ethi ngo land and food security ukuthi kunabantu abaswele ekudinga ukuthi banakekelwe. Abaholi okuyibona bona kufanele baphume baye kulezo indawo bakwazi ukulekelela kulethu. Sakhuluma ngeeducation and training to a black child ukuthi kulesi sikhathi samanje siphila kusona kulezo izingane zethu izona ingane zethu esesingazi izinto ezizona. Kungani naye ngoba mina njengendoda njengomuntu owabizwa uNkulunkulu wabekwe endaweni ngisukile kwiposition. So ibuyela kanjani indoda kwiposition? Ibuyela ngokuthi yenze izinto ezi-right ezifanelekile. Number 4 sasikhuluma ngokuthi kudinga ukuthi abaholi esabakhetha thina singene ema-ofisini abawaphethe sihlale phansi nabo. Ngezinye indlela saba nobudlelwane nama-department khona ukuze sikwazi ukuthi sisebenze ngendlela kuyona. Sase August 5, 5 and 6 sabuyisa isithunzi nobumbano between ukhansela, umeya, umfundisi, umphakathi. Lokho sikwenza ngoba kunemhlangano ekuhlalwa kuyona. Sase singenelele ukuthi into zokwenza yonke lento iqoqe ukuze yenzeke kahle. KwaNdlovu unama structures akhona. Kune structure sabantu seyintombi esilidwa udokotela uNomagugu. Bese kuba khona istructure edoda esilidwa ubaba uMhlongo. Bese kuba khona istructure somama esilidwa umama uNG Zuma. Bese kuba khona istructure seyinsizwa lapho engikhona kuzona nabafana abancane nobaba uMthembu Bishop uMthembu. Bese kuzoba khona istructure sakwa disability esilidwa ubaba uMkhize noBishop uNgcobo. Bese kuzoba khona istructure sama senior citizens. Senior citizens silidwa uBishop uMama uNgcobo kanye noBishop Mpotshwana. Zonke lezo istructure ezikhona nezeintombi nezinsizwa nezingane young women and ladies abefundisi bahlangane nabaholi bamabandla onke akhona endaweni ezikhona sakwazi ukulekelelana. Leka food security saphuma sayongqongqoza kumnyango yamasulumane kungelula ngoba mangabe sibiza imhlangano abasondeli kodwa sakwazi ukuthi masiza nama programs kubona bahlala phansi nathi sakuxoxisana nabo namaHindu nabo zonke kangangoba uMgungundlovu ungamelwe wonke amabandla akhona ukuthi into yenza ukuthi bangabi bikho lana inamba esinikezweyo nincane kodwa ngokomgungundlovu ama structures akhona wonke and bayagijima bonke bayasebenza. Kunenhlelo ke esinazo esesithatha isiqumo sokuthi umsunduze njoba kuwona esingaphansi kwawo esenze ukuthi sihlale phansi no deputy mayor wasinikeza office lakhe sathi nanka ama programs esinawo sibe ne partnership nomsunduze okwathatha u5.5 years ukulwela ukuthi kube khona i relationship yokusebenzisana sibe sikhona kuma structures uma kuthiwa ke kunemkhuleko nani besigijima siya khona. Kodwa ke finally sakwazi ukungena kumgungundlovu, sakwazi ukungena kumasipala bonke laba abakhona. Mibili kuphela imikhandlu esasele okwaba nestructure esalimala khona, which is Impofana kanye nomngeni. Eksamele ukuthi sihlale phansi nabo sikwazi ukulungisa yonke into efanele ukulungiswa. Isiqubulo sethu ke esinaso sengcina sithi #RealMenForLoveLife. Sithi #RealMenForLoveLife. Bese kuzoba ukuthi #KeepOnPraying. Together we can make it. Bese zothi ke don't lose ifocus. Zonke lezo zinto zenzela ukuthi thina sikwazi ukuqhubekela siye phambili. Ngigcine ngokuthi baholi siyalibonga ithuba elihle kangaka enisinikeza lona nezifundiso esitholayo njengomhlangano wayizolo. Umhlangano wayizolo uvezile ukuthi asikakenzi lutho, kusamele ukuthi sigijime. Okugcina okusala association ekhona ngaphansi komgungundlovu kumsunduzi, la sisebenza nenhlanga zonke ezikhona nama ratepayers, Residents and Ratepayers Association, lapho kufomeke khona ke into ebizwa ngokuthi njengamanje uhulumeni uyakhala ngokuthi sintshontshe ugesi, amanzi, zonke izinto ezikhona ekudinga ukuthi thina singabaholi esikwenzile thina sisukume silekelele siyilwe lempi okuyikhona ekhona. Njengabantu abadlela izindlu sifome ama-trust ukuthi abantu babe nabameli abazobamela kumasipala ukuze bakwazi ukuthi izindlu zabo zingadleki.
Ugu Mlotshwa. Kulungile, ngicela sidedele iZululand.
Angibingelele kakhulu, bingelela umhlonishwa umama usiphathele uhlelo somlomo, amalungu onke eParliamente, abahakalizwi kanye ne-InterFaith yonke ngokubanzi bayo. Ngiyanibingelela egameni lika Jesu, amen. Si-Zululand District siyafisa ukwedlulisa qala kwakho konke ukubonga kakhulu ngoba kunesikhalo ebesivama ukuthi sisilethe njalo la uma sihlangene si-InterFaith, indaba ye-InterFaith desk. Sizwileke ukuthi umama wethu uPremier wesifundazwe sethu kukhona akwenzile, sikushayela ihlombe kakhulu lokho. Angingene kwi-report yethu singuZululand. I-district yethu ke eZululand ihlala Nkosi, ngicabanga ukuthi asidingi kuyichaza. I-KZN yonke iyazi. Amen. Usuka nje Olundi uye kwaNongoma uye Vryheid iDumbe bese kuba uPhongolo, isihlangene ke iZululand. Singabaholi be-InterFaith eZululand sikwazile ukuthi sibe nemhlangano lapho siye saxoxa khona indaba yokuhlukunyezwa kwabesifazane, sabuka ke nendaba ye-HIV and AIDS kanye ne-TB ngoba kuyenzeka i-TB ikhohlwakale kanti nayo isengumbulalazwe ngempela. Bese kuba ke i-COVID-19 esiphuma kuyona. Nakho sikwenzile siye saba ne-action plan yethu sazehlukanisela njengoba singama sub-district amahlanu ukuthi abaqulusi kanye neDumbe bazobhekana nendaba ye-COVID-19, bese kuthi uLundi kanye noNongoma bona bazobhekana nendaba ye-gender based violence, bese kuthi uPhongolo lubhekane nendaba ye-HIV and AIDS kanye ne-TB. Esikwenzile siye saba nomhlangano selekelelo i-ofisi lika Premier la besinento ethi khona i-ethical leadership. Kwi-ethical leadership sabona ukuthi kubalekile ukubiza abaholi sibafundise sibachazele ngalezi zinto. Kuleyo ethical leadership esasinayo kwi-district yethu iZululand sasikanye ne-district iKing Cetshwayo kanye nomkhanyakude. Siyabonga kakhulu kwelekelelo esakuthola kwi-ofisi kaPremier. Ngicela ukukhumbuza nje ukuthi ngenxa yesimo esike sasivelela siyiZululand district laphaya uPhongolo la siye salinyalelwa khona ngabantwana abawu-16 sebebonke bese kuba nabadala ababili engozini eyayi-involva i-truck kanye nebhakhi eyayithutha ingane zesikole. Sithanda ukudlulisa ukubonga kakhulu indlela uhulumeni wethu responda ngayo kusukela osukwini lokuqala yenzekile ingozi kuze kuba sekugcineni. So ke siwuZululand sigcine siba preoccupied ngendaba yokubuka isimo somgwaqo esiwakhele nendlela yokuhamba kwama-truck kwagcina ke okuningi obekufanele ngabe siyakwenza singakwazanga ukuthi sikwenze. Kodwa ke sikwazile ukuthi noma kunjalo imindeni le okuyiyona ebikade ilinyalelwe ngabantwana bayo sibe kanye nayo sikwazi ukuyisiza sikwazi ukuyelekelela ngakho konke nje emotionally, physically nangezinto ke eziphathekayo. Sibonga futhi kakhulu ukuthi iprovince yethu iholo umama uDube Ncube baba nesandla esikhulu abasidlalayo siyakubonga kakhulu lokho. So ke njengoba ngishilo ukuthi we were so preoccupied ngendaba yokulimala kwezingane asinakho okuningi esingakudlulisa njengeZululand district. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga kakhulu, asithathe elandelayo. Umkhanyakude. Yebo. Okay. Luphi ugu? Okay baba, ngizocela ulandele after umama uNhleko.
Asibingelele kakhulu ebuholini obusetafuleni ngenhlonipho enkulu. Kodwa ngeke ngiyeke ukubingelela usisi wami. No speaker nabo bonke nobuholi bonke obukhona ngapha sibonga ithuba esilinikwayo njengomkhanyakude. Siyaxolisa ugu ngoba lona alukho kude kakhulu njengathi ukuthi silujampe kanje. Thina njengomkhanyakude benako ukuhlanganisa abafana phakathi nonyaka abawu-50 from 10 different churches. Bahamba baya koqeqeshwa eThekwini eMaritzburg ngosizo luka social development mhla ka 22 December. Babuya baya kwenye futhi inhlanganisa babenayo mhla ka 14 to 16 December ukuze babuye bazosiza i-peer group yabo ukuthi bayiphatha kanjani abantu nokuthi lezi zinto zokweshela zikanjani njengoba desho usisi noMagugu. Kunolunye uhlelo olukhona lwebandla elithiwa inkunzi isematholeni. Lolu hlelo lwenkunzi isematholeni lenziwa ibandla lilanda abafana kwi-community beze bazoqeqeshwa nangosizo luka Department of Health. Dokotela khona ozinikela uDr. Ngwenya ukuza azobafundisa nje ngobuntu babo okubalekelelayo kakhulu abantwana. Kukhona futhi nohlelo lokuhanjelwa kwezikole la kufundiswa khona futhi abantwana babafana ukuthi bangaziphatha kanjani. Kulolu hlelo lwabafana sikubona kuyimpumelelo enkulu nokunomthelela omuhle ikakhulukazi kubantwana laba bazalwa ngama-single parent. Uthola ukuthi umntwana uhlala nomama ayikho i-father figure. So uma sebethathwa ke beyiswa lapha bayohlangana khona nabanye uyakuthola naloku angakhona ukukuthola ekhaya naloku uma wakhe abengeke akwazi ukumelekelela kukhona. Sinohlelo lwe-GBV, i-Gender Based Violence, la sisebenzisana khona ne-civil society. Kunama campaigns, ama-awareness campaigns enziwayo kwi-community ukuqwashisa nge-gender based violence. I personally have a shelter yawo ama-victims. Siyabalekelela ukuthi uma beza sebebaleka bezohlala la e-shelter ukuthi bathole counseling, bathole nokukhulekelwa and lonke uhlobo lokusizakala bayasizwa kakhulu kwi-shelter. Kukhona nolunye uhlelo oluvele nge-department yakababa uCele, i-spiritual crime prevention. Siluthathele phezulu thina njengomkhanya kude. We are very proud ngathi ukuthi amanye ama-district abangakenzi okutheni. Yithina esilontshe kuqala, abafundisi bazimisele kakhulu, luhamba kahle kakhulu lolo hlelo lwe-crime prevention esinalo. Sinakho ukuhlangana njenge-InterFaith, sine-challenge yama-Nazareth Baptist. Siyahlangana nabo siphinde sihlukane. Even masiza la umuntu uvela ashintshe ekugcineni nje athi ayi angisaphumelela, ngazi ukuthi sisagejana kuphi. Ngeke ngikuphose kubi inselelo, mhlampe yithi esingakwazi ukuhlangana kahle nabo. Kulolu uhlelo lokuhambela izikolo nabantwana ababizwayo beza, into eba inkinga kuba i-transport yokusuka la beya la besuke la beya la. Kodwa ke okunye kusuke kungayidingile i-transport ngoba suke bezosuka emakhaya beze esontweni eliseduzane nalapha behlala khona. Siphinde ke sibonge kakhulu njoba ethintile obekhuluma ngeZululand ukuthi kuke kwaba ney'ngozi engenhle kakhulu lapha. Ayikho ingozi enhle nje, kodwa ibe yimbi kakhulu leya Sophongolo. Sabona ukuhlangana kwe-InterFaith ngendlela emangalisayo. Besihlale njalo sibizana, ufike abase-office laka-transport eMaritzburg, cishe bese behlala khona, kodwa nje abafundisi baba nako ukuhlanganyela okukhulu. Sinalo futhi uhlelo lwe-InterFaith ngokuka-transport la abafundisi behlanganiswe khona i-Department of Transport ukuthi bafundise emabandleni ngezokuphepha emgwaqweni. Okuhlelo esilithokozela kakhulu noluhamba kahle kakhulu njengamanje. Noma ngabe ingozi nibonile ukuthi zehle kangakanani, Jesu lowo ushinyayelwa ngabafundisi be-InterFaith ukuthi abantu bayiqoqe bayiphathe kahle. Ngiyabonga mphathi ohle.
Siyacela Mlojo.
Angibonge mhlonishwa mphathi wohlelo ithuba onginika lona. Ngibingelele u-Honorable Speaker no-Chief Whip, ngibingelele uKhansela okhona, ngibingelele abahlonishwa bonke abakhona, ngibingelele ama-delegate wethu, ngibingelele nomphakathi. Angithi nje all protocol observed. Mphathi wohlelo, siWugu District Municipality, mangisho nje ukuthi sine sakhiwo laphayana esireport kusona si-Interfaith sector. Lesi sakhiwo Ugu Civil Society Forum ehlala njalo ngekwata. Sibuye siphinde futhi sibe no Ugu District AIDS Council, nakuyona siya reporter. Sikwazile mphathi wohlelo Madam Speaker ngokusizwa i-KZNCC kusukela kuma floods kuze nakwi looting, sabuka ukuthi singenze njani ngokwe social cohesion. Safinyelela lapho khona ukuthi target yethu kufanele kube abafana namantombazane. Kodwa ke safinyelela ngenxa yebudget ukuthi hayi ake sithathe abafana okwamanje ngoba kubonakala inkinga ikhona kakhulu ngasemadodeni. Sibeke ne soccer festival eyenzeka eSports and Leisure lapho khona bonke omasipala babemelwe kwasetshenzwa kahle kakhulu nabafana abadlala babekhona bakuthokozela kakhulu lokho. Sasifisa ukuthi lolo hlelo luqhubeke kwadla ukuthi inkeceke ibe ncane kakhulu. uDepartment of Sports and Recreation waye ingxenye yethu iwona owawusiza kakhulu ekululekeni ne babe ingxenye yethu. Saphinda futhi mphathi wohlelo ngenxa yemeda ebonakala idlalubi enhlangweni ngala kuthina sihugu sinezigodi namawadi awu2 inhlangwini engena kuwona bese kuyiphindeke ma ukomkhulu inhlangwini ingena kwiHerigwala sahle kwaba khona umkhuleko ohlelwayo. Sibonge kakhulu kubuhle bezwe neHerigwala ngokulekelela yakulekelela kulo mkhuleko nakhona kwenziwa iawareness nge-social cohesion nama-social ills. Saphinda futhi mphathi wohlelo saba yingxenye ye-session eyayibiza amadoda oku leyo session leyo yayizobheka ukuthi kungani amadoda ethukuthele. Ufacilitator ke wakhona kwaku DSD no KZNCC ne Office of the Premier. Sasebenza kahle kakhulu lapho omasipala babemelwe futhi kuloyo workshop. Sibuyile ke futhi mphathi wohlelo ngokubuka ukuthi kumele omasipala bethu baqiniswe. Umzumbe wacela ukuthi wenziswe strategic planning nokupresentwa kweconcept ababeyenzile ya adoptwa umkhandlu. Sabamba iqhaza ke lapho futhi njengo-coordinated district ukuyobalekelela ukucacisa irole yabo sapresenta ke nayo iconcept. Istructure nje sasemzumbe sesayithola itraining siyaqhubeka. Saphinda futhi mphathi wohlelo saparticipate kwi workshop eyayibizwe uziphakamise welfare organization esisebenzisana nayo yona ke nangalelo langa kwakudilwa nama-social ills, HIV and GBV issues. Esabona ke lapho i-participation yayinhle kakhulu khona amandiya nabelungu sakujabulela kakhulu lokho nabo bajabula ukuthi sikhona nathi ukuba sihlanganyele kanye nabo sicacise nezinye izinto ababecela ukuthi sizicacise. Ngenxa yesimo sezikhukhula washayika kakhulu umdoni kwabe sekubonakala ukuthi kube khona uhlelo loqeqesho ngokwelulekwa ngokwengqondo nangokusetshenzwa kweinhliziyo zabo ukuthi isimo lesi nje wasibashayile bangalungiseka kanjani. Kunabaholi abaqeqeshwa ke beqeqeshelwa i-psychosocial counselling eMdoni. Sabuye saba nanomkhuleko eMdoni which was well attended Somlomo. I-religious leaders yasogwini iye yamenywa ukuba i-participate kwi-spiritual crime prevention nanokuthi form a-structure se-district uhlelo kolu-driver uBishop Mbuyazi sikwazile ke ukuba ingxenye yokudingida i-concept ye-spiritual crime prevention. Saphinde sakwazi uku-achieve ngonyaka odlulile sihugu ukuthi simise i-structure esisebenzisana no-South African Police Services ukudila nezimo ze-crime ukubalekelela la besinxusa ukuthi siyosiza khona ama-victims a crime. Siyareporta njalo ngenyanga ukuthi iziphi izikole ezanjeliwe, imapha ama-awareness enziwe, sibambisene no coordinator abatshalwe station be spiritual crime prevention. Issues of GBV nazo ziyasetshenzwa mphathi we program. The Office of the Premier liphinde lasilekelela lehlala kugu kwahlangana umasipala bonke esports and leisure kuzodilwa ngama issues service delivery, GBV, HIV and AIDS, including crime prevention. Leo session yaba inhle kakhulu, angisho nje ukuthi i control room eyasungulwa uPremier, the actual Premier, Honorable Sihle Zikalala, to deal with that. Isasebenza namanje isilekelele kakhulu, ixubileke nayo abelungu nomphakathi wamandiya osegwini nabefundisi. Siphindeke mphathi ohlelo saba nohlelo lokubheka ukuthi kwenzekalani lapha eMzumbe, yini edingakalayo, kwabulawa izingane, kwabulawa abesifazane. Sase sibona ukuthi ake sithagethe ama single mothers, sibe nokuhlangana ke induna, emakhosi, InterFaith structure, nabalaphi bendabuko, sahlangana eMzumbe ukuthi kube naleyo dialogue ngalezo zimo ezinjalo, kudilwe ne-teenage pregnancy nama issues e-GBV. Angisho nje ukuthi sas-expecta izinsizwa ukuthi zibe khona, hayi zesabe izinsizwa ezingo-single father ukuziveza, kwaba khona ezintathu nje kuphela. Siyabonga kakhulu ke kulezo ezintathu, kodwa sizukuphela amandla somlomo ukuthi sisebenzisane nezinsizwa nabafana. Sengigcina ngonyaka odlulile futhi siye sabambisana noSukuma Ndoda Sakhe ukuthi kuhlanganiswe ama boys asuka ey'ndaweni ey'hlukahlukene nakomasipala, sabambisana nomnyango wemfundo ukwenza lolo hlelo lube impumelelo. Nomnyango ka-DSD somlomo wabamba elikhulu iqhaza ukululeka abafana ngoba kwaba khona isession yabo bodwa, siphumile thina esingo-coordinator, basala bodwa abafana ukuze bakhulume bakhululeke, kukwazi ukubonakala ukuthi ikuphi la bengasizwa khona. Sibhekeke manje ukuthi i-follow up yalolo hlelo yenzeke. Angibonge kakhulu, inkosi nibusise.
Phatho hlelo usomlomo, amalungu eParliament, abefundisi bonke nje ngithi all protocol observed. Manginibingelele egameni elihle lenkosi yami uJesu Kristu, amen. Ngimude kodwa ngizoba mfishane, ngiyabona isikhathi sesihambile. Ngizosho nje lokho okwenzekayo kuphela ngoba bekuthiwa asisho lokho okwenzekayo kuphela singalandi. Amajuba yakhiwe nje amalokhuzana, yakhiwe umasipala abathathu, iDanawozi, Madlangeni neNewcastle. Izinto esizenzile emajuba ngizoqala nje ngizozibala nje kuphela bese ngiyohlala phansi. Okokuqala siye saba ne-issue yokudila nabantu besilisa, moral regeneration, ukubona ukufadalala kwamadoda, and ngokusizwa inkosi we were able ukuthi sihlanganise amadoda awu-500 ukuze sidetecte le problem esikhala ngayo namhlanje leya yabafana abancane abayimdlwembe. sasempela ndaba amadoda awu500 and we're able ukuthi bakhanselwe kube nama session akhona bavele ukuthi kungani lezi zimo zibe khona. Okwesibili sakwazi uku-attenda sikude kube nento yama floods, but angikusho mphathi wohlelo ngizohlala ngikusho njalo ukuthi kuzo zonke izinto siyakwenza ngokusemandleni kodwa uthola ukuthi usizo sakwazi singamabandla seNewcastle ukukoleka izinto zokusiza abantu abalinyalelo sizoziseThekwini sake sahlala almost a month singakwazi ukuthi lezi zinto sizozihambisa kanjani kulabo abantu ukuthi bakwazi ukusizakala. I-challenge ke ukuthi singakwazi ukuthi sisebenzisane nomasipala. Ezinye sasithatha ezokuqala zasithatha sasihambisa nezesibili futhi sa-organizer sasithatha sasihambisa ukuthi abantu bakwazi ukusizakala. Okwesithathu sinohlelo lapha esifundisa ngalo i-farming God's way. Ukutshala ngokwendalo ngokwendlela kaThixo hayi lokuphendula umhlabathi silimaze umhlabathi ukutshala ngokwendlela kaThixo and leya ndlela iyasebenza ama product akhona ayamangalisa ukuthi abantu ngoba ukuze sikwazi ukudlula kulesi sihlava esikhala ngaso sabantwana balokhuzana ingenxa yendlala. So lokhu kuyasiza ke ikhona lokhuzana iprogram esinayo ye-farming God's way. Esibili sibe ne-program la esibize bonke abefundisi whereby ngoba ngeke uyokhuluma nabantu labantwana thina sikuthiwa lapha kunama last warning abantu bayebezwe ila amalokhuzana bekhona kakhulu kodwa ngeke usuke nje uyokhuluma nabo noma kanjani. So we had to organize i-leadership training yawo wonke ama-interfaith members ukuthi kuhlalwe phansi wazi ukuthi i-approach because you can't just speak anyhow nalaba bantwana and noma inini angakhipha ubusha akhipha isibhamu akudubule but iba nendlela ukuthi how do you address him so that akwazi athi nolapha sondele nikwazi. So sikwenzile labo abefundisi they are trained ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bazohlangabezana kanjani nalabantwana. Okwesithathu ukubhekelela leso simo sine program esiyiranayo within Amajuba district. It's a family building program whereby we look at the situation where abantu abahlushwa on the basis of GBV kube khona ogogo laba abahlukunyezwayo and nabantwana babo bebathathela ilokhuzana bebathathela inkece yabo labayinikwa uhulumeni. Zonke lezo zinto nokwenza amalokhuzana ama-awareness ngophuzo ngoba ezinye zezinto kufuneka sidetecte ukuthi yini ekhoza ukuthi laba bantwana babe nje ukungabi nabazali abanye izidakamizwa ziningi izinto eziyimbangela ngeke uvele uyo-addressa lapho but you have to understand to detect a problem usuke kuyona uthi nibe niyazi ukuthi i-problem imsuka yini. Okugcina siye sahlaselwa zingozi. We had on the 23rd of March 23rd of April a successful prayer eyayimangalisa lapha ukunqanda nje ingozi zomgwaqo because siye indawo iyinye kuye kwashona 15 kwathi nakulandelana same spot kwashona 9 people nakulandelana kwawu5 but kuleyo kwenzeka izinto lezi esikwazi ukuthi sizenze uNkulunkulu emuhle akwazi ukuthi asiphumelelise kuzona. Ngiyabonga.
Bonga kakhulu asicele ke Pastor Maphalala and immediately after that kuzoba uShenge asiphe the resolutions engicabanga ukuthi ngeke kube kusabade kakhulu.
Ngiyabingelela sihlalo angibonge all protocol observed. Ngibizuza kwethu la izinto esizenzayo noma esizenzile ngizozimenshina nje ngoba uma ngethu uthe angabona sekuzoba yimi wathi kuthiwa singachazi yonke into. I will mention uzobe sevele esho ama programs nje uboy child esikwenzile ngiyacabanga nosuku mandoda. Ngiyabonga kakhulu mphathi wohlelo. Sibe ingxenye as Interfaith HIV and TB ebeyikhona yenziwe emhlumayo ngonyaka ophelile la khona engage khona nabalaphi bezendabuko saba ne dialogue sazwana kamnandi bese singubane uyahleka lapho yamoyizela. Ngiyakweqa lokhu siyahlangana nama NGOs nama NPOs ahlanganisa izinto ezithile. Amongst them siyahlangana no LGBTQ senze ama programs kunenye iwing yaka health ngicabanga ukuthi NPO uHST siyahlangana nalabo bantu labo uma ngabe kiwe emphakathini kuyoqwashiswa ngezinto ezithile ezenzakalayo. Asigcini lapho la uthukela sinomasipala abawu3 sesike sanalo ithuba lokuya kwi council meeting yamakhosi la khona abahlangana khona beyinduna namakhosi kanye nenkosi uqobo la khona esisuke ngoba kusemakhaya sicacisa indaba ye gender based violence. Okwangithokozisa nje isihlalo ukuthi undaba ezitha noma ngabe iagenda yayingekho ngaloko ngalelo langa kodwa wavele wayijikijela nje into ye GBV inkosi uHlongwane. Kwangijabulisa kakhulu lokho ukuthi la beshunyayezwa khona amakhosi bayakwenza lokhu enikushoyo. Sike sanalo futhi ithuba lokuzofundiswa from the office of the premier sizofundiswa ngako ukuthi yini i-gender based violence since thina engqondweni zethu sazi ukuthi i-gender based violence ukuthi nje kuvele kusuka ubaba efemelini akhenye umama ashaya ingane aphuza utshwala bese kuphelela kanjalo decide bese mhlawumbe egcina ngokubabulala bonke abagubhele endlini abagqibe. Kodwa isilekelelile i-office of the premier ukufika si-interfaith isichazele iqale ngegama nje elithi what is gender based violence bese inaba-ke ngama-categories ngokuhlukahlukana kwawo. Siyakujabulela lokho kakhulu. Si-interfaith sike sahlangana no-MEC wethu of education then u-MEC champion Mbali Fraser uchampionate wethu ngenhlanhla ukhona khona la kwi-district sike sahlangana naye si-interfaith kodwa efuna ukuthi iyabantu bamabandla uke wayidalula uspeaker leyo nto leyo. We are still struggling ukuthola sibalance kahle sibe yi-interfaith yangempela. Kodwa ke one of the things mhlawumbe eziba yi-challenge esiba nayo yiyo leyo ukuthi besingakayitholi kahle hle intuba yokupenetrate singene baba eduze kwami. Ngijabulile ngimbona ubaba ubaba uZu. Amen. Ngijabulile ukumbona ekhona phakathi kwethu kanjalo nomeya sihlanganile la ipassage ngibese ke sengifaka nje appointment yokuthi sizofika. Siyafisa ukuthi sibe strong kakhulu sibe yi-interfaith kuma-locals rather than lapha phezulu ngoba ngathi simandla kakhulu ku-district kanti kuhle uma ngabe siqala la phansi siba strong. Njengoba ngeke ngasho ukuthi siyahlangana nama-NGOs ukulekelela makunama-disasters ikhona esihlangana nabo ku-OSS ama-NGOs inhlangano eyaziwayo nje ehamba phambili egijimayo ngicabanga ukuthi ile phezulu ku-national kodwa ngoba ngathi umholi ukhona la kithi kwi-district kunale NGO enamandla kakhulu siyasebenzisana kahle nabo u-Alimdad Foundation okuyena yena umphathi wakhona oku-Abed Karim. So siyasebenzisana ngezinto ezithinta umphakathi akugcini lapho bane-access ekutheni balande odokotela bangaphandle kwamazwe bawalethe la kwi-district ukuthi abantu nama-communities bakwazi ukuthi basilekelele ngokugula okunhlobonhlobo okuhlukahlukene balanda isitimela lesi abantu basizwe okuthiwa Hello Pepper iprogram yakhona. Ngiyabonga. Sondela baba bengithi nje ngizothi ngithi ngiyabonga ubusula masishane singathathi isikhathi awusinike kancane ke ngoboiled child nokwakhiwa kwamadoda. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu mama Maphalala undaba ezinhle mahayi ngiyabonga program director abahlonishwa bonke abakhona
ezogcina isihlukanisa phakathi. Ngiyacela nje with due respect singaphinda siyenze kodwa ngiyacela nesikhathi silimele kakhulu ngaso. That was the last presentation on behalf of Uthukela. I mean on behalf of the district. Asicele i-presentation noma of the 2023 InterFaith Symposium, the resolutions thereof. Asicele Bishop Buthelezi eze azosipha wona. Siyafisa nje ukuthi sesiyela ngasekuphetheleni siyanothisa futhi asikuveze ukuthi abaphumile bacelile ngenxa yobukhulu besifundazwe abanye baya kude uma beya emkhanya kude beya emhlaba uyalingana emkhanya kude cishe bayofika sonke siyobe sesibekile imizimba phansi emakhaya. So siyaxolisa kakhulu kodwa as I indicated ukuthi ngokuzayo kufanele sisibambe isikhathi ukuze sikwazi ungasale sesigijima kakhulu. Asiceleke Sondiye asithathe through.
Angiphinde ngibingelele sihlalo mhlonishwa Ndabezitha. Ngibingelele abaholi bonke ohleli nabo etafuleni abaholi abasiholela umsebenzi we-Interfaith ma-district and all protocols observed. Ngicelwe lana ukuthi ke ngibheke sihlalo ama-resolutions ale conference esikuyona. Angisho nje ukuthi la ama-resolutions esiwenzile awu-24. Sinama-resolution awu-24. Angazi noma ngiyowaqeda ngoba ngibona ngathi kuningi kakhulu.